Our time is now 6 p.m., or basically 6:02. Our regular city council meeting for February 28, 2023 is now in session. First on the agenda is Councilmember Whitaker will lead us with the opening prayer and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
Dear Father, as we gather together to discuss city business, I pray that you would be with us. I pray that you would help us hear and be heard. I pray that you would help us listen more than we speak. And at the end of the evening, I pray the decisions made are in the best interest of the entire city. Thank you for all your many blessings. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitaker. Before we get started, there is a public hearing that is scheduled on the agenda today, and I think several of you have expressed an interest or concern. Now, there is some choices that I'd like to bring to your attention. One, you may speak during the hearing the residents, and if you haven't signed up for the hearing the residents, you can see our city secretary and sign up so you can speak. Or you can wait until we have the public hearing. At that time, you can speak during the hearing, the public hearing. Or the third option, you can speak at both. The choice is yours. Now, one thing for clarity, during the public hearing, it is 3 minutes provided to voice your concerns. These 3 minutes cannot be donated or shared to anyone. So you actually have the opportunity to speak 6 minutes, 3 during the hearing of residents, and 3 at the public hearing. So once again, if you want to sign up for the hearing of residents, see our city secretary right now. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our, first we have proclamation. And our first one is the Career, Technology, and Education Month. Ms. Amy Massey. The City of Schertz Proclamation, Career Technology Education Month, February 2023. Whereas February 1st through the 28th, 2023, has been designated as Career, Technical, and Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education. Whereas Career and Technical Education offers students the opportunity to gain academic, technical, employability skills necessary for true career readiness. Whereas students in career and technical education programs participate in authentic, meaningful experiences that improve the quality of their education and increase their engagement and achievement. Whereas leaders from businesses and industries nationwide report increasing challenges related to addressing skill gaps and connecting qualified professionals with available careers in critical and growing CTE-related fields, including healthcare, energy, advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, and information technology. Whereas career and technical education prepares students for these and other fulfilling careers by offering integrated programs of study that link secondary and post-secondary education and lead to attainment of industry-recognized credentials. Whereas career and technical education programs ensure that employers have access to a qualified and thriving workforce, ensuring America is a strong and competitive economy. Therefore, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor for the City of Schertz, do hereby proclaim February 2023 as Career and Technical Education Month and urge all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by the career, technical, and education programs in this community and to support and participate in these programs to enhance their individual skills and productivity.
I would just like to thank the council and to thank the city of Schertz for recognizing CTE. Our CTE programs within Schertz, Cibolo, Universal City, ISD are growing by leaps and bounds every single year, and we're really excited about that. We currently offer over 115 different CTE or career and technical education courses, everything from culinary to welding to cybersecurity to healthcare. There is a place for every single one of our students within our district, and we're very excited about that and very excited to celebrate CTE with the city. Thank you.
Next, we have the National Employee Appreciation Day. Mr. James, Ms. Kurt. The City of Schertz Proclamation, National Employee Appreciation Day, March 3rd, 2023. Whereas the City of Schertz employees are dedicated public servants who perform their jobs with professionalism, compassion, and pride. Whereas the City of Schertz currently has 426 employees who are responsible for protecting public safety and health, caring for the less fortunate, enforcing laws, safeguarding the environment, buildings and maintaining roads, promoting economic growth, licensing professionals and businesses, and preserving our historical and cultural resources. Whereas there are thousands of Schertz residents who benefit from the services provided each day by the City of Schertz employees. Whereas the City of Schertz employees support the state of Texas government by serving as responsible stewards of taxpayer funds and joining in efforts to improve operations and enhance service delivery throughout state agencies. Whereas the City of Schertz has a staff appreciation committee whose primary focus is to oversee an employee appreciation event each month. Events range from cornhole to cookout tournaments, waffle breakfasts, fiesta lunches, and celebrating Thanksgiving and the Christmas holidays. Whereas the City of Schertz also recognizes each department's National Recognition Day, week, or month with a proclamation. Therefore, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor for the City of Schertz, do recognize March 3rd, 2023 as National Employee Appreciation Day, and I encourage all the citizens of the City of Schertz to recognize and honor the commitment and dedication that our employees provide to our great city.
On behalf of all of the employees, I'd just like to say thank you to the mayor and council for their generous support of our employees. We're able to celebrate them each month, as the mayor mentioned. It really makes a difference, and so we truly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll continue with city announcements and events. Ms. Gonzalez.
This should be pretty short. There's 2 events on here. First is this Saturday, March 4th. It's the Kick Cancer Pep Rally and 5K Run. 8 a.m. check-in, 9 a.m. start at Pickerel Park. There's still time to register, so you can do so on Schertz.com. And then Tuesday, March 7th will be the next regularly scheduled council meeting at 6 p.m., and it will be over in the municipal courtroom. But if that changes, we will make sure to post updates on the website and our social media page, and also check out on the agenda for the location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. All right, announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Mr. Williams.
No further announcements from the administration, sir.
Announcements and recognitions by the mayor. I do have one announcement. This past weekend, we had Clean the Creek. And I just want to thank everybody that was involved. Our city staff was out there, and that was quite a load we picked up. But I was also impressed by the number of the community that got involved in cleaning the creek. I don't think we cleaned more than 100 yards of that creek and filled out 3 big containers. I think we need to probably do it once again. But again, thank you for the community and the staff for cleaning up the creek. All right, so we'll move on. Next is on the agenda is the hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. Once again, if this is the hearing of residents, if you want to wait, if you choose to wait for the public hearing, just let us know. Councilmember Hayward, please call our first speaker.
Norman St. Clair. Doug Young.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Doug Young. I live at 3701 Hillside in the Scenic Hill subdivision. My address to this council is a very short issue. I am from government outside the state of Texas. I got your package. I went through all 501 pages, just like each one of the council members did here this evening. I have one thing that of concern to me, and it is something that I would suggest that council look at and consider. It is going to be a procedural change request made for the council. And the reason being is, if you look at the ordinances in the packages, every single ordinance in the package already has a date of approval and a date of approval of a second reading. I understand it's a current policy, but if somebody was to pick up a copy of tonight's signatures ordinance that would be approved, the second reading, which would not occur until 7 days from now, has already been endorsed because it's already on the legislation. I would suggest that you just use an underline for the date specific so that the secretary can put it in so that they have accurate dates of record of the options and the actions for here. Thank you very much.
Maggie Titterington.
Evening, Council. Maggie Titterington, 1730 Schertz Parkway. I just wanted to give you all some Chamber of Commerce updates. Our Health and Home Show was a great success. Thank you for your partnership. We had almost 400 attendees of our local area residents in a 3-hour period, which was astounding. Our home portion of it, which we introduced this year, was a big hit, and so we will be expanding that next year. It will be the last Saturday again in January here at the Civic Center, and we do have a community, and I can't announce it yet until we sign the paperwork, but we have a community sponsor for the home portion, which I think everyone will be excited about, but we are really looking forward to expanding this a little bit more, including not just the health professionals, but also home professionals for our area residents. Thank you again to the City of Schertz for the State of the City's address that you all participated in. The video was great. Haven't had a chance to post it yet. Had a lot of comments. They loved the skit version of it. They loved the feel, how the information was delivered. So just wanted to congratulate you all on a very job well done on that. We have 2 ribbon cuttings for 2 new businesses in the City of Schertz. One on March 15th. It's You Are Ship and Print. It's at 4 p.m. on FM 78. And March 22nd, Gray House Blooms, which is on Main Street at 10 a.m., and we're looking forward to that. And speaking of Gray House Blooms, just again, thank you to the Main Street Committee, Local Flavor Grant. I know it's on the consent agenda, and just so excited that this is, again, another small business that's able to utilize this grant and turn something that was a mainstay, which was the Contreras Flower Shop, into something brand new, but still staying with the flower shop theme. So very excited about that. And last but not least, April 1st is our annual Shred Day. It will be at the Schertz offices at 1730 Schertz Parkway from 9 to 12. Our young professionals are putting it on. Not only will they be shredding paper, but also metal. So if you have old laptops, old computers that you need shredded, please bring them. It's 5 boxes maximum of paperwork or trash bags, and then your metal. It is free. We offer it as a free service, but we do ask for a suggested donation of $5 because we are collecting for Operation Comfort. So 50% of the proceeds that we collect from our Shred Day will be donated to them. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Charles Boyle.
Reed Carr. Oh, okay. I know it's prior. My name is Reed Carr. I live at 3509 Columbia Drive in Northcliffe. I'm concerned about this movement from the pre-development, planned development to a pre-development, whatever that nonsense is. I'm very concerned about the changes to the area in Northcliffe. The fact that we have had a nice golf course is history, but I am concerned that they want to put multiple units, squeezing a lot of people into a small area. I know it's been represented, and I probably can't last long enough tonight to stay for the rest of it, so that's why I wanted to speak now. The fact is, Northcliffe is separate from Scenic Hills, separate from Fairways and Fairhaven and the Links. We all have different interests. Northcliffe itself, the old established that surrounds the golf course, most of us, I would say honestly, the majority of us are concerned that they want to put too many units in there, and I hope that you'll listen to the talks that come on later. We can't tolerate that much extra traffic in our small area. It's going to have a very detrimental effect upon our neighborhood. Please consider when the time comes to vote no. Thank you.
Anna Bruno Andino.
Good afternoon. My name's Anna Brunandino. I apologize, I'm a little nervous. I'm one of the residents in the area. I'll try to keep mine very short. I grew up in Orlando, Florida, and I know what it's like to see the area around us get overdeveloped a lot, to the point that you're walking around concrete, you can't go outside. Temperatures are so hot you can't go anywhere because it's just concrete and it's unbearable. Now, I do have two main concerns. The increase in air pollution will be one, but there's not much we could do about that. The biggest concern that I have is regarding the ground. Now, I moved to this great neighborhood in January 2022. At the time, I purchased a home in the middle of the frenzy where everybody was buying a home. And my house had a foundation problem. It sank 2.5 inches on the right side, separated part of the house, the roof, and it was fixed. You know, part of it was done by the previous seller. 40 grand of it came from my pocket. Now, it's been a year. Tomorrow, they have to come back out and then refix the foundation. As you guys know, this past summer, we had a really bad drought that caused a lot of foundation problems for us in San Antonio. Now, The area that we're at is very beautiful. The golf course, I know it's been abandoned, but a lot of us use it for walking, to talk to our neighbors, the kids to play. It's a really nice area. And when this came up, I'm sad to say that this was the first time I got a clear notice of what was going on. All that I keep hearing is like, hey, we're having this meeting, they're gonna build this, we're gonna build that. But it was never clear. I never really got the information up front, and I think a lot of people feel that way. You know, I work long hours, just like many people do. So my main concern is, with all the increased activity, if you guys decide to pack so many people on there, is that gonna cause further problem with a lot of the houses with foundation in the area? And for the new people that are gonna be coming in that you're gonna pack in there, are they gonna have to go to the same problems? Now, I know a lot of people say when you build a new home, there's warranties, but warranties normally like 10 years out of a 30-year mortgage. I quoted around for foundation repair, you're looking at a minimum of 13 grand, and that's now. So imagine packing all these people in here, now it's gonna be 10, 15 years in the future, and now it's gonna be what, 20, 15, 30 grand just to fix foundations for them too? Because it's not just the foundations, we fill also dominoes with it. So my main concern is, with the increase of this activity, would that also be increasing some of the other issues that are already there in the area? And will current residents and future residents will have continuing problems with foundation and ground shifting in the area? And that's it. So I hope that if we do rezone, we do keep some of the nature in the area. Like I said, a lot of people enjoy it. I get to meet my neighbors. I get to see like people playing. It's very relaxing. I lived in a concrete jungle a couple years of my life, and it's sad to see it all go away. You know, it really is. And you don't think about it until it's gone. So, but anyway, that is my time. That is my concern. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Anna, if you'd be so kind, please state your address for the record.
I'm sorry, sir. 3701 Columbia Drive.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Maureen Mouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Richard Mouse?
Yes, he requested additional time. I did grant that additional time to the gentleman.
And would you please state your name for the record and address?
Richard Moss, 3434 Wimbledon Drive. I've been a resident there for 31 years. My major concern tonight is the ordinance 23-S-02. And pretty much I've been following this one since the beginning of my long, sad story. The first item I would like to talk about is how the application was initially handled by the city staff. And I'm not sure why, when they reviewed the application, they didn't just hand it back, because the UDC clearly states that that property is not available for multi-housing. And then it comes right back to the same thing with townhouses. They should not be located in areas that would increase traffic through single family neighborhoods. A large portion of the traffic out of this area goes towards schools or San Antonio, requires them to go through single-family neighborhoods. The city has acknowledged this at great length, that this is a problem, has been a problem, and this is just going to create more of a problem. And if they had done what I would consider the right thing in the beginning and just handing it back to them and telling them this does not fit the current UDC, it would have saved tens of thousands of hours of anguish by all the residents and people that have been doing this. The current UDC is very clear on this, and that's why I've handed it back to you. I've talked to countless people about the UDC and why the city administration does not want to follow their own UDC. I have absolutely no idea. I attended my first P&Z meeting, and Commissioner Outlaw spoke at that meeting. There was a large group of angry people. Most of the people had never been to a P&Z meeting before. He did a very good job of controlling all the angry people and trying to answer their questions. And he talked about it at great length about what he could do or what he could not do. And he explained what a PDD was, which nobody knew. A PDD didn't have to follow all the zoning, but it should. And at the same time, the city expected something. If you're going to give something on your end of the PDD, you expect something back from the applicant. In this case, he could not tell what the city was getting back from the applicant at all. There was nothing out there when they were giving up all kinds of different things, which I've sent to you guys. I attended and spoke at the first council meeting on this PDD about fourplexes. During the council member discussion time, it was brought up by one of the council members that he had not been contacted by any of the residents to discuss this PDD, and wondered why people were speaking so passionately about this PDD but did not bother to contact him. I took note of that. I sent an email to all the council members. I got one phone call that acknowledged it, and we spoke for a while. I got another email from somebody that acknowledged it. Nobody else bothered to answer me. Going through a long list of things that are violations that do not conform to the UDC. We start with the purpose and intent of the UDC. And those two words, I think, are very, very important here. Intent. Why was this written? Why did these people write this? The very, very first line is prevent the overcrowding of land and undue concentration or diffusion of population. Next, protect and conserve the value of the land throughout the city and the value of buildings and improvements upon the land, and to minimize the conflicts among the uses of land and buildings. And the next one is the one that is just unbelievable to me. This is the intent and purpose of the UDC. Lessen congestion in the streets and provide convenient, safe, and efficient circulation of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. How in good conscience could anybody say that that PDD did that? That to me, I don't understand that at all. The city representatives readily admit there was already a traffic problem in the single-family neighborhoods around this rezoning. That was caused by the I-35 frontage road change back 15 years ago. The city has been aware of this for the 15 years. They have done nothing about that. There's only two options here. Either a bridge is put up at Country Club, or there's an alternate route to get to FM 1103. They've been both talked about at great lengths. Neither one of them have ever been addressed. I feel the government would do a better job of instilling confidence in the current residents and be more efficient if they did not create problems just so they could manage them. That's the only thing I've gotten from the city administration so far, is how they are going to manage these problems that they created. So why would you create problems just to manage them? The next page talks about a townhome district. The very, very first line is minimum lot area shall not be less than 2,500 feet. Shall, well, I've gone to no end. That's a mandatory thing. There is no way around that word. We go to the purpose Okay. And then I've also talked about plain language at my previous time I spoke, where the government is going to plain language so people are not frustrated by not being able to understand what they're talking about. You can put all this gobbledygook you want out there, but it's very, very clear through the UDC that it's not being followed, and nobody cares about that. And this one is the one that kills me the most. Somehow, there's a landscaping requirement buffer to be put in. Somebody from the applicant decided that they would use the backyards of 50 homes as a buffer. The buffer is very clear that it's supposed to be a strip of land to separate the two things. So they're gonna put a bunch of 20 by 25-foot dog kennels out there and call that a buffer, and put a tree in the middle for the dog. To me, that doesn't even come close to the intent and purpose of this. And I don't understand how this has even gotten this far. I mean, it's so absurd. And I strongly recommend that everybody there votes no on this. Let them bring back something that actually falls into the UDC. And if you don't want to use the UDC anymore, get rid of it. Don't leave it out there for us to think that something is going to be done, and it's not. It's been very clearly gone over time and time again. So I can't urge you enough. I mean, if you at least don't understand what is going on here, vote to table it and bring us back again and again until you can put out something that actually does qualify per the UDC. Thank you.
Carol Davis.
My name is Carol Davis. I live at 3337 Wimbledon Drive. Ashamed. You, members of this council, sat in your high chairs a few months ago and said that myself and my neighbors should be ashamed of ourselves. It's on tape. It is you, the city council members, and the mayor of Schertz that should be ashamed of yourselves. Until you saw a dollar sign in the city budget, you ignored the North Cliff area and surrounding neighborhoods. You did not bother to fix our broken roads, do more than patch water lines that break again, or listen to our safety concerns until high dollar signs magically appeared. These changes, which you've already made your mind up on sitting here because you're looking at your cell phones instead of listening to the previous speakers, so don't even pretend to tell me that you're going to listen to our concerns. Why? Because they don't affect you and your neighborhood. If they did, you'd be opposing these changes. None of you knocked on our doors and talked to us. You did not even darken our doors when our leaders and our HOAs invited you to come and speak at our meetings and listen to our concerns. You have not returned phone calls or emails. You have ignored us. You have shut out the citizens of our neighborhood. Your children will not be affected by the overcrowded streets. Your cars will not be affected by the already poor and will get worse street conditions. You will always have water. We won't, because even just yesterday in our neighborhoods on Mason Creek, another water line broke. Your property will not lose value, or even worse, be unable to be sold on the market because of these worsening conditions. Your safety is not in jeopardy because of low police presence and slow response times. So tonight, before you continue to sit in your high chairs and sentence myself and my family and my neighbors to lower community standards, remember that you made a choice to sit in that chair and serve all residents of the city of Schertz. To even serve those residents and neighborhoods that are long lost and forgotten. So be ashamed of yourselves before you sit there and tell us to be ashamed of us. Because we chose to come here and fight for our neighborhood and our community. We are residents of the city of Schertz, and you have forgotten who we are.
Pedro or Sally Macias? One, the other, or both? Okay. Samantha Groggins?
Hi, my name is Samantha Goggins. I live at 3401 Foxbriar Lane. I only have 3 minutes, and hopefully I'll have time to talk later on, so I'm going to kind of cover a few things here. Obviously, I'm here mostly about the North Cliff, but this whole area is getting very developed, and I know we've voiced concerns, and I know people have spoken with the school district. They've said that there's enough space. I can tell you, my kids are late every day. The school district has stopped sending out emails telling us the bus is going to be late. So while I understand some people in the school district may think like, hey, we've got this on lock, there's still work, especially around these bus routes that are going to feed into this area. I've been a citizen of Schertz since 1997, right? And I love Schertz. I love how it's been built up over the years, but lately it's getting really tight. Obviously there's space, it has to be built up. I respect that 100%. The areas around the highway, totally get it. I put apartments there, put businesses there, whatever you want. In the interior areas though, it's causing so much congestion. Not even about the neighborhood, right at the end of Cibolo Valley, the road that goes right by this elementary school. There's 2 charter schools in the area, there's a middle school. That place is a nightmare, and on that corner, there's a zone pending change. That lot is also right next to another school district-owned lot. And I just ask you to think, long-term, what are we doing here? Like, I don't see this area where it's kind of like this tri-city tip, New Braunfels, Cibolo, Schertz. There's no coordination, right? I know you don't have control over all of these other people, what they're doing with at their city limits, but it still affects your citizens, right? And there's no way out of my neighborhood to 1103 except for the same way that all these people are going. All those people are going to take that same road down to the elementary school, down to the middle school, down to those charter schools. You guys just approved the other charter school to build on to another building. That area is so unsafe at drop-off in the morning. Like, I make eye contact with parents. Like, you can tell, hey, please don't hit me while I'm opening my car to let my kid out and walk across the street, okay? I'm not being over dramatic. I'm telling you that this is really happening, okay? There have been comments, I understand, right? There have been some classist comments in some of these meetings about these apartments that I do not agree with, right? I'm not gonna speak for everyone. Obviously, some of the Scenic Hills people bailed because they got what they wanted, they cared about what was going on in their backyard. They got their wall, they bailed. I care about this community. I have been here forever. I chose to raise my family here. My parents still live here. Like, this whole thing is going overboard, and I need you guys to really look at where all these roads are going, how people are gonna get out safely, what are we really trying to do? Along that walking trail you guys are making, it's beautiful through most of Schertz, right? But this area, from like 1103 area on, it's gonna be surrounded by buildings. And so what's gonna happen is people are gonna say, I don't wanna walk that trail through that stretch. Who cares about that part of the Schertz trail?
Thank you, thank you.
Our last speaker is Mike Sills. Once again, state your address, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Angela Sills. We live at 6108 Covers Cove. And I know right now we're not really talking about, I guess we have the pond right behind us at, I guess the senior center was going to be approached to being built. And not just that, but also with the townhomes, I believe all these people that built in this community, came to live here, wanted that feel of, we live on a golf course, nobody's gonna be behind us. You know, that's why we're gonna purchase this home, and I think, and I feel for everybody, that is a big reason that they purchased and decided to live maybe here for the rest of their lives. So I wasn't gonna speak tonight, but I just feel like instead of putting buildings there, maybe we can make it a community park. I don't know if that's like even approachable, but we see so many people walking that trail of the golf course, going to the pond, enjoying each other, enjoying each other's families, and I feel like buildings there will bring lights, traffic, security, you know, and I just feel like there's more property in Schertz that buildings can be built on, and I just feel really bad for everybody because I know there's so many more people that could be there, but I think if you lived where we lived and you bought that property for a reason, you would care. So that's all I have to say, and I just hope that you vote no. Thank you.
We'll move on. Next is the consent agenda items. These are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing at our website, schertz.com. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, minutes. Consideration or action regarding the approval of the following minutes from our regular meeting on February 7, 2023. Item number 2, appointment, reappointments for boards, commissions, and committees, except the resignation of Robert Durham of the Schertz Historical Preservation Committee. Item number 3, Resolution 23R14, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, to approve an agreement with Southwest Regional Advisory Council to participate in the EMS Workforce Education Funding Program. Item number 4, resolution number 23R15, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, to approve an agreement with SHIELD 616 to participate in the SHIELD 616 program. Item number 5, resolution number 23R03, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing the city manager to sign on behalf of the City of Schertz application to replot Lot 1, Block 41 of the Live Oak Hills addition as part of the proposed Heritage Oaks subdivision. Item number 6, resolution number 23R17, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, accepting the semi-annual report with respect to the progress of the capital recovery, capital improvement plan, and other matters in connection therewith. Item number 7, resolution number 23R08, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing the city manager to enter into agreement with Maldonado Nursery and Landscaping and Brightview Landscape Services for landscape maintenance of medians, parkways, and public grounds. Item number 8, resolution number 23R18, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, approving a request for the Schertz Main Street Local Favor Economic Development Grant for 817 Main Street. Council, do any of these need to be pulled for separate action? Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 8?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Scagliola. Any other comments? Any comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We have 6 ayes, no objection. Motion passes. We'll move on to discussion and action items. Item number 9, resolution number 23R20, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, approving and authorizing a CCN transfer between City of Selma and City of Schertz to amend CCM boundaries and other matters in connection therewith.
Basically, a transfer for the CCN, the Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, from Selma CCN into the City of Schertz CCN. As of right now, this area is inside our sewer CCN. That it's looking to be developed right now, and looking to have both water and wastewater from the city. And this is the exact location just off the end of Tejas. Any questions?
All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Questions?
Seems simple enough, Mayor. Make a
All
motion
right.
to approve resolution number 23R20.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilmember Scagliola, second by Councilmember Davis. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
We have 6 ayes, no objection. Motion passes.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 10, resolution number 23R19. Consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, accepting the annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, fiscal year 2021-2022.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bobette Martin. I'm the Assistant Finance Director for the city. Tonight, we're going to have a presentation by one of our auditors, Travis Rogers. I couldn't remember his name for a second, sorry. From Patillo, Brown and Hill. He's going to be presenting our annual audit results as well as our financial statements for fiscal year 21-22.
Thank you, Bobette and James. Mayor, Council, thank you all for having me this evening. Like Bobette said, my name's Travis Rogers. I'm a CPA with Patillo, Brown and Hill, based out of Waco, here this evening to share with you the results of the fiscal year 2022 financial statement audit of this. I'm sorry. That a little better? That a little better? Everyone hear me good?
No?
How about now?
That's better.
Okay. I do apologize, talking loud is normally not a problem for me, but as Bobette said, my name is Travis Rogers. I'm a CPA with Patillo, Brown and Hill, based out of Waco. I had the pleasure of working with the city on the fiscal year 2022 financial statement audit, which I am here this evening to share with you the results of. Our audit partner, Paula Lau, gave a presentation to the audit committee a couple of weeks back. It's kind of the hour-plus long, sleeves rolled up, down and dirty version. I think for the sake of time and everyone's sanity, I will try to make this evening's presentation a little bit quicker and more high level. But if at any time anyone has any questions or want me to backtrack or stop or anything, definitely let me know. If anyone has any trouble seeing me, I'd be happy to grab a chair to stand on, but then we would have to adjust the mic even more, so maybe we're good for right now. But I believe each of you should have available electronically 3 separate documents. We have the annual comprehensive financial report for the City of Schertz for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. We have a separate document, much shorter, but also very important, the City of Schertz single audit report, or the result of our federal single audit for the same period. And also the letter, which is a required communication with those charged with governance, which is you, the council. Now I'm going to briefly touch on a couple pages in each of the above. I said I'm going to start in the financial report. At the best place to start, I have found, which is at the very beginning, which is It's on page 1, which is the independent auditor's report. And the page numbers I'm going off of, yes, are on the physical document, not the electronic copy. So I apologize, they'll be a little bit different. Page 1 at the bottom starts on just a little after that letter there. There we go, perfect. If everyone is good to go, like I said, this is the independent auditor's report, or as we like to refer to colloquially as the opinion letter. Essentially, this is just the letter issued by us, your auditors, where we share with you, those charged with governance, the results of our audit, the opinion that we have rendered, and several other items required by auditing standards. You may notice, if you've seen this letter in years past, you'll probably notice the format is slightly different, whereas in years prior, the letter would begin with the responsibilities of management, in other words, management of the city of Schertz, for the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements in accordance with GAAP. Also, the responsibility of us, the auditor, to render an opinion on those financial statements based on our audit, followed by our audit opinion. This year it was a nationwide auditing standards change. The order is more or less been flip-flopped. Now they kill the suspense. The audit opinion is at the very top of page 1 above the fold. As you can see, very first section, report on the audit of the financial statements. First subcategory, opinions. See, we have audited, as I said, the financial statements of the city of Schertz as of and for the year ended September 30th, 2022. And in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. The financial position and changes and cash flows thereof were applicable for the year ended September 30th, 2022. Essentially, that is what we call an unmodified or clean opinion, which is the highest level of assurance we're able to provide as your auditor. That basically means, as a result of all of our audit procedures, our testing through, whether it be analytically comparing balances year over year, pulling checks, personnel files, et cetera, we conclude that these financial statements are materially correct in all facets in accordance with U.S. GAAP, and that there are no departures from GAAP contained in these financial statements that would either quantitatively or qualitatively affect the decision-making of a user. So that is a long-winded way of saying job well done. Everything's good. Couple of quick highlights in the financial statements. The governmental fund financial statements, beginning on page 17 and going through page 21. In essence, this is likely the part of the financial statements that you, the council, are most familiar with. These contain the general fund, the main operating fund of the city, and other what are determined to be major funds, primarily as a result of the size of their account balances or the activity during the year. As you will see, these are the same major funds you have had as the last several years. No significant changes there. Would like to point out a couple of items in fund balance. See the general fund, first column on the left on page 17. We have all of our assets, liabilities, and fund balances, or the section down at the bottom, which you'll see is broken out into multiple different categories, essentially based on restriction, whereas highest level of restriction is at the top, followed by any balances restricted by contract or grant agreement, or essentially any restriction external to the city, followed by committed, which is balances assigned by you, the governing body of the city, and below that are assigned, which is essentially amounts earmarked by the city for certain purposes, and then unassigned, which has no restriction and may be spent as the city sees fit. Did a little bit of quick number crunching just a little bit ago to confirm the total unassigned and assigned fund balance, rough numbers, about 13.5 million. If you look, flip pages over to page 20 on our income statement. Total ending fund balance for the general fund is about 17 million. So of that, 13.5 million contains no external restriction to the city. And that 13.5 million of the expenditures for the city's general fund are about 34.4 million. That is roughly about 35–36% of that amount, not including any expenditures that are capital related. So I believe it's the city's policy to maintain about 26%, I believe, in unassigned and assigned fund balance. So holding steady there, like I said, very comparable with prior years, no surprises. Notice back on page 17, the Capital Projects Fund had total fund balance of about 41.4 million. That was, looking at our income statement, that was a fairly substantial increase of about 28 million from fiscal year 2021, primarily as the result of the city's bond issuances during the year for various capital projects. See also the American Rescue Plan Act Fund, which I have no doubt you are all very familiar with by this point, but you will see on page 18, total fund balance in this fund is very low year over year. The only increase is generally a result of earnings on the deposits held with the financial institution. And essentially, this grant, it works as the federal government comes in, provides you money, which you're to spend in accordance with the terms of the grant agreement. And the city records expenditures and recognizes revenue as those amounts are spent. Any amount that is unspent as of year end is simply shown as a liability under unearned revenue. And all that means is it hasn't yet been expended in accordance with the terms of the grant. So it's kind of the high level once through on the government fund financials and fund balance. Any questions or comments?
Thank you. Council, floor is open for discussion.
That is absolutely awesome. The city's in good shape. In a nutshell, the city is in good shape. I want to thank James so much. I know you oversee the process, and thank you so very much for conducting such a thorough audit. I can tell you're very passionate about what you do. Thank you for taking care of us. That's all I have, sir.
Council, any other comments? Is there a motion to approve Resolution 23R19?
So move.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilmember Scagliola and second by Councilmember Dalla. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have six, we had six yeas, no objections. Mr. Walters, you had some comments.
I just wanted to thank the city departments for being so helpful for us, getting everything they need from the auditors and helping us, get everything in line and get this approved. Actually, what I really wanted to say, this is actually the earliest we've been able to approve our financial statements. Since I've been here, it's been a goal of finance to get this process done quicker, smoother, and more accurate. And so this is a new milestone for us, and we're very excited. I attribute that to the other departments as well as Bobette kind of leading the way, managing this whole process from start to finish. So just Thank you all very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Walters. You know, this couldn't have happened without your team basically having everything that the auditors need to accomplish this audit. I appreciate it. No, that's a lot of numbers that were being thrown out. We are in good shape, as Councilmember Scagliola indicated. We are doing great. The numbers, the audit just proves that we're a sound city. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to a workshop. Item number 11, the annual racial profiling report by our Schertz PD. Chief Lowry.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City Manager, Mr. Williams. I'm Jim Lowry, your Chief of Police. This evening, I'd like to talk a little bit about the racial profiling report for 2022 for the Schertz Police Department. This is a statutory requirement as in an effort. When I was hired, again, I wanted to improve our transparency with our community members. So I think it's important to provide you some highlights from our report. You have the full report there from the Brazos that goes into further depth, but I just want to go over this a little bit, discuss, and see if you have any questions. So an overview, we're going to define racial profiling, talk a little bit about our national dialogue, state of Texas legislation, policy and training, our data collection and reporting. So racial profiling versus criminal profiling, I think it's important that we have to have a firm understanding of what we're talking about. Racial profiling refers to discriminatory targeting of individuals for a suspicion of a crime based on the individual's race. So an example of that is I stop somebody merely because they're black in a neighborhood. And I have no reason to do that. It's racial profiling. The other one I want to talk about is criminal profiling. It's based on evidence gathered from previous crimes, victim of a witness testimony that develops a motive or character assessment. An example of that would be, we've had a bank robbery that went down. White Ford pickup, looking for a white male wearing a red cap. I stop somebody driving a white Ford pickup. It's a white male with a red cap. That's criminal profiling. I have probable cause to stop that person. The two things I want to highlight about this is racial profiling is illegal. Criminal profiling is a legal tactic and is accepted by our courts. So understanding racial profiling. In the 1990s, there was a lot of national dialogue. It was elevated on racial profiling. The DOJ Civil Rights Division began to investigate allegations of racial profiling in police departments. You saw a lot of departments come under investigation, which was not a very positive thing because they were failing to do many things that we're going to be talking about. The DOJ COPS office developed a resource guide for police departments and assessing racial profiling data and offered comprehensive strategies to reduce racial profiling. So part of these strategies included diverse recruitment and selection. Being transparent with you, I think there's an opportunity for us at the Schertz Police Department to increase our diversity among black African-American officers. That's one area that we're delinquent in. That's an opportunity for us to improve. Training and education for the policing community. I think we do an excellent job in our training. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Minority community engagement initiatives. We need to be engaged with our community. That's where we talk about community-based policing, having our officers out in the neighborhoods, making contact with our businesses and our community members. It's one of the philosophies that I'm trying to instill here and have a cultural change where our officers are actually engaged with our community members. It's very important to have those relationships because it's more than about what we think the problem is. It comes down to what actually is the issue for our community members. So it's not just about crime and traffic. It also has an issue with quality of life issues. Accountability and supervision. I'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. Collecting and analyzing traffic stop data. That's why we're here today, is the racial profiling report. Using technology to reduce racial profiling and increase officer safety, and I'll talk about that a little bit also. I think Schertz PD does a very good job on many of these strategies, and there is opportunities for us to improve. Texas state legislation. 2001 Senate Bill 1074 required Texas police departments to collect, analyze, and report motor vehicle-related contact data. And when I talk about related data, that is officer-initiated traffic stops. So if an officer makes a traffic stop that they initiated on their own, that's the data we need to collect. This does not include traffic stops that are made because it was a dispatch call or somebody flagged them down and said, there's a suspicious person over here, this is what we're doing. It's only on self-initiated traffic stops is the data that we collect. 2009 House Bill 3389 modified the law, amending definitions within the law, just administrative changes. 2017 House Bill 3051 changed racial designations, and Senate Bill 1849, which is commonly referred to as the Sandra Bland Law, expanded data collection requirements. Schertz policy and training. As a police department, we're committed to constitutional policing and protecting the civil rights of all people. That's within our policy and our protocols, and it's the expectation from all of our employees, not just the officer. Police officers are prohibited from engaging in racial profiling in any police contact, seizure, or forfeiture. So racial profiling, we're going to increase our ability to not only just track for traffic stops because it's a statutory mandate, we want to start collecting data and make sure subject stops, even though it's not required by law, and even when we seize property, we want to make sure there's no racial profiling issues there. So we'll be expanding our report in the future. Police officers attend mandated TCOL. TCOL is our managing body for peace officers license, training that includes racial profiling and cultural diversity. Every member in the police department is current with their training, and we will be up to date at the end of this cycle, which is this October of this year. Officers are required to enter disposition codes for all traffic stops. Currently, we use the Brazos ticket system, and that's part of the reason we have a policy here in Schertz that every traffic stop initiated by an officer has to be done with a written warning, because the data for the racial profiling is collected through our Brazos system. I would like to explore something down the road when we get a new RMS system where we can move away from the written warning on all traffic stops, and we'll be able to collect that data through our RMS system and actually even have a better report. Shift supervisors are required to conduct monthly audit reviews of our digital video recorders and body-worn cameras. So what I'm talking about is we do random checks for supervisors where they're going in and they're pulling body-worn camera and DVR recordings, and they're checking not just for racial profiling, but any other policy violations, protocols, and professionalism, and we address those issues as we come across those. Number of complaints that we received for racial profiling for the calendar year of 2022 was 0, and it was also the year 0 the previous year. Schertz PD racial profiling report. I want to highlight a few things I think is important for you to see. And again, this report is very detailed and goes in depth. We could probably talk for hours on a lot of the data, but I wanted to highlight some things that I think is important. Police officers made 5,965 traffic stops last year. 2021, we made 4,836. 2020, we made 6,845. 2019, we made 9,485. You may ask, why did that stop? A couple reasons. The first one is going to be COVID-19. We went through the issue with COVID-19, and then we also had many issues going on with police reform, and there's been a new standard on how we address traffic concerns. It's not all about the traffic, and it's not about the quantity of traffic stops we make. The philosophy needs to be about the quality of the traffic stop. I'd rather have an officer make 20 quality traffic stops than somebody who makes just 80 traffic stops. And what I'm talking about there, if somebody just going out and making a traffic stop at a four-way stop sign in a residential area, I call that a fishing hole. That's all they're doing is making traffic stops just to make activity. If that neighborhood has no crime, no safety issues with speed, why are they there? They need to be out there in an area where if we've had burglaries, we've had catalytic converter thefts, that's where we need to be working, and we need to be overlaying our concerns with hot spots, with crime, and our traffic stops to increase our visibility, and we call that a DDAX formula, and that's how we're going to address crime. So we need to make sure we're aware of that. Another key thing I'd like to highlight is the next bullet here, is 98.9% of the traffic stops made, officers did not know the race of the driver prior to the stop. The actual average in the state of Texas is usually about 96 or 97. Essentially what we're telling you here is when an officer sees a traffic violation, they don't know if it's a male or female or the race of that person when they decide that that person ran a red light, that person is speeding, and I stopped the car. So 98%, 99% of the traffic stops that the Schertz Police Department makes, the race and gender is not known before the traffic stop's made. The next two areas that we have here is we break it down by our race in all our traffic stops. So our primary traffic stops, white was 3208, and as you see going through down here, what I want to highlight is the fact if you go over to this, to the chart next to it for the Caucasian white, of the traffic stops made for that category, only 1,513 of those were issued a citation, which is 47%. I think what I want to illustrate here is, if you see it was broken down by all our traffic stops by race, if you move to the chart to the right, we're almost across the board and equal based off of the race when the citation is issued for the traffic stops made within that race. There's no red flags here. I think there is no disparity involved in here. So I don't see this as an issue for us. Our racial profiling report regarding bodily injury. I think this is a key thing for us that we want to make sure we track and talk about. This is physical force used resulting in bodily injury during the stop. As you see from all of our categories here, there were 2 traffic stops made on white race out of 3,208 that actually had some type of injury, and those were minor injuries. When I say minor, they may appear to be minor to us, but for the victim, the suspect, it may appear it was going to be road rash and where they had bruising and contusion from a knee strike when we looked in depth in those reports. That, in a nutshell, is the racial profiling report, and see if you have any questions for us.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. That's very informative. Thank you for everything you do. The safety and security of our residents is of primary importance. And I noticed that you hit on one thing. You're focusing on safety. And I like all the residents to know that we are not focusing on income here and giving tickets to our residents, but the focus is safety, and that is a big importance. What I like to see in the future is sectors. We're divided into 3, the south, the central, and the north. Provide maybe some crime stats as to how each sector is. We don't have that here, so.
I'd be absolutely more than happy to do that. I might even present that to you like in a State of the Union for the police department, where I can break into our crime and other issues,
Yeah.
community concerns.
Definitely, because the majority of our attendance here is from the northern sector, and I'm sure they would like to see exactly, because that's one of the items they address is safety. If we had this today, I think we could have answered some of those questions too. But thank you, very informative. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Dalla.
So Chief, first of all, thank you for what you and your guys do. You guys do a great job, and I hear nothing but good things about you and your team, and I really appreciate that. One of the things I wanted to ask about is with the number of stops versus the number of citations. So what type of guidance do you provide to the officers for them to make that decision, whether or not they're going to issue a citation or just a written warning?
So the guidance that I provide is officer discretion, and should always be officer discretion. You have to be very careful about the issuance of any order that talks about citations are expected, because then you get into an issue of quotas, and quotas are a violation of the law. So again, the question is going to be, and you have to go through a matrix, if you will. What's the violation? Is it a hazardous violation? Is it a non-moving violation? Is it just a simple tail lamp that's out? Can you give a verbal warning, more of a guardian mindset of stopping somebody to let them know? Because most people don't actually inspect their vehicle until they go and get their inspection. They may not know that their brake lamp's out. If I stop a soccer mom, soccer dad in the middle of the afternoon, this is the example I give the officers, I really don't expect anything to go on with that other than if you can change the behavior. What's the chances of you changing that behavior by talking to them and moving on? But your decision to make whether to issue a citation or not should be made before you exit the vehicle, not based off of the attitude of the person you stop. Don't let that person change your attitude. Make your decision before you get out of the vehicle. I stopped somebody at 2 in the morning driving behind businesses. He's probably up to no good. He's got a bunch of tools in his back. I can't prove that they're burglar tools, but who's out at 2 in the morning driving behind businesses? I want to know who he is, so I think we probably need to make sure we collect more data on that person.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thanks, Chief. Great information. Great. I love where you guys are going with this. The only question I had was in the packet, there's what is labeled as a full report, is that the report that we turn in?
So the full report, yes, sir, is the one with the front where I've got where I sign off on it and it has all the full data and it breaks it down even further, absolutely.
I'm just wondering, am I reading this right? Because I think we were either got some typos in it where the numbers don't add up.
If that's true, we had some issues with some of the slides and all being transferred, but the one that I submitted to TCOL has already been reviewed and audited, and it's, all the numbers are
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
But if you have an answer about numbers, may I ask which one you're talking about?
Yeah, under the category of was a search conducted, we say, yes, a total of 224, and all the breakouts underneath there add up to 224. Under no, it's 5741, but the breakouts under there don't even come close to 5741. And there's another one with probable cause. It says a total of 164, but the breakouts don't add up to 164. For inventory, it says a total of 8, but under the breakouts, it comes up with 20.
So I'm not sure how you got that corrupted file. All those are correct.
Okay.
The only time that it may not add up is when you get into contraband. You may find you have more contraband items than actual searches because you could find a gun and drugs. So you're going to capture both contrabands in that search, even though you only have one
I'm
search.
referring to where it
I'm-
says total contraband and it breaks it down by race.
Yes, sir.
And there's a couple ones that don't.
And I apologize for that.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I was reading this right.
Thank you, Chief. No other questions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
We'll move on. We have two public hearings. Item number 12, ordinance number 23S01. Conduct a public hearing, consideration or action on a request to rezone approximately 12.5 acres of land for Planned Development District, PDD, to Planned Development District, PDD, located approximately 1,500 feet southwest of the intersection between Schertz Parkway and Maskey Road, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas, also known as Windy Meadows Subdivision Unit 4, first reading. Ms. Delgado, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is for ordinance number 23S01. As you mentioned, a 12.5 acre rezone. Emily Delgado, Planning Manager. There we go. So here is the aerial exhibit. So you can see Maskey Road to the north of the subject property outlined in green. And then it is an existing manufactured home community, so you can see some of those homes on there right now. So here is the public hearing notice map that was sent to 20 property owners on January 13th, all property owners within 200 feet of that subject property. That's what the red line identifies. And on February 8th, a public hearing notice was published in the San Antonio Express News. As of today, we have not received a response in favor or opposed to the proposed request. Here is the zoning exhibit. Again, you can just see the subject property there. So some background, in April of 2020, City Council approved Ordinance 20S01, which rezoned the property from Manufactured Home Park District to Planned Development District. Since that approval in 2020, they have gone through the replat process. They have installed the public infrastructure that you see on site. If you drive down Maskey Road, you can see the new fence that they have installed, and then the fence and landscaping that they have installed adjacent to the proposed live oak extension. And all of that was done in accordance with that PDD that was approved in 2020. The Ordinance 20S01 did stipulate that there is a minimum setback of 10 feet from the perimeter fencing that's located along Maskey Road. So the homes that would be adjacent to that fence needed to be 10 feet from the fence along Maskey. During the construction process, and the true engineering design work after the PDD was done and getting ready to do that public infrastructure, it was determined that the fence location that was previously proposed was too close to Maskey Road. It was going to cause safety and traffic concerns. So the developer determined to move that fence 10 feet into the subject property to try to alleviate some of those concerns. And that's where the existing fence is now. It's 10 feet into that subject property. By moving that fence 10 feet into the subject property, it now created site constraints where a full-size manufactured home could no longer be placed on those proposed slips. So this is the letter of intent from the property owner. So the proposed PDD, I know it's kind of an interesting zone change. It's from PDD to PDD, and truly what this is just a proposal to modify the Plan Development District design standards. So rather than having the 10-foot setback, it would be reduced to 7.5 feet, specifically just for the homes along the fence along Maskey Road, which would allow for that 76-foot, a full-sized typical manufactured home to be placed and still meet the designated setbacks. There's no other changes proposed with the PDD that's before City Council tonight, just to reduce that 10-foot setback to 7.5 feet. And then there is one section that did clarify that the fence along Maskey Road was placed 10 feet inside the subject property. So this is just the replat exhibit. It has been approved. And then again, so just for kind of clarity, we're really just talking about the row of homes that you can see along Maskey Road on this exhibit. So those homes, rather than being 10 feet from the fence, would be 7.5 feet. So again, the change was made just for traffic and safety concerns. We think this is a very good proposal to reduce the setback from 10 to 7.5 feet to allow for that full-size manufactured homes. It has been reviewed by Public Works Planning, Engineering, and we are making a recommendation of approval. And then the Planning and Zoning Commission did meet on January 25th and had the public hearing and also made a recommendation of approval by a unanimous vote. And the representative, James McGar, of the project is here if there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. All right. This item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in regards to this subject? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. All right, council, questions? Is there a motion to approve ordinance 23S01?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Watson and Whitaker, I'm sorry. Councilmember Whitaker, and second by Councilmember Scagliola. Any other comments? Let's call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 6 ayes, no objection, motion passes. Thank you. Well, we're down to the final one, and that's the reason the majority of you are here to discuss is this next public hearing. But before we get started, I'd like to just take a 5-minute break because I know there's a lot of you that are going to come up and speak. So let's go ahead and just take 5, and we'll resume in 7:30.
You got it. Kind of off your...
The public hearing, I received, we have received some notice of the public hearing from some of the residents. However, some of the residents put in favor of, but they also indicated without the trail. These are not opposed. These are in favor of. That's the way they're treated, with or without the trail. That is the interpretation that we got from the attorney. So you filled it out and you put in favor of without the trail, it is not an oppose. So you still have some time to fill out the new public notice. All right. You have until the second reading, if I'm not mistaken, right? Okay. So let's go ahead and continue. Item number 13. Ordinance number 23S02. Conduct a public hearing and consideration and action on a request to rezone approximately 25 acres of land from pre-development district to planned development district located approximately 2,200 feet southeast of the intersection of Country Club Boulevard and IH-35 Access Road, also known as a portion of Comal County Property Identification Number 377261 and Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 63833, City of Schertz, Comal County, and Guadalupe County, Texas. This is our first reading. Ms. Delgado?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So this is for Ordinance 23S02, a 25-acre zone change to Planned Development District called the Villas at Bluebonnet Ridge. Emily Delgado, Planning Manager. So the subject property here is shown on the aerial exhibit outlined in green. You can see Country Club and Columbia. And here is the public hearing notice map. So on January 13th, 117 public hearing mailers were sent, and on February 8th, we did publish in the San Antonio Express News for tonight's public hearing. And I wanted to provide an update. So the slide here was as of February 15th, but as of today at 5 p.m., we have received 32 responses in favor, 45 responses opposed, and 1 neutral to. So just to be clear, based off of the CCM as well, we are at 14.012%, so we have not reached the 20% in opposition, so the super majority of 3/4 vote is not required tonight. Here is the zoning exhibit, again, the subject property outlined in red. So the Villas at Bluebonnet Ridge, the proposed PDD, it is a proposed PDD with a base zoning of townhome district. It's proposed as a gated community that would be HOA maintained with 51 buildings across the 25 acres. 6 buildings would contain 3 units each, and then 45 buildings would have 4 units for a maximum total of 198 units. Each would be its own townhome that could be sold separately and would be between 1,300 and 1,400 square feet each. And within the Villas at Bluebonnet Ridge, there's also 7.52 acres of green space and amenities proposed. So with the Villas at Bluebonnet Ridge, with the base zoning being townhome district, there is this dimensional requirements table provided in their PDD design standards. And you can see the first line on this table is the townhome district per the UDC, with the 2,500 square foot in area, 25-foot width, and 100-foot depth. The proposed Villas at Bluebonnet Ridge is proposing 2 different townhome districts, a Type A and a Type B. Type A would have a 3,045 square foot area, 35-foot width, and an 87-foot depth. And then Type B is 2,175 square feet, 25-foot width, and a depth of 87 feet. So you can see that the 2 types of townhome districts, they do either match or exceed the width from the current townhome district per the from the UDC, but there is a decrease in the depth from 100 feet to 87 feet that's being requested. And then a note, each lot will have a 10-foot side setback if on the end, or a 10-foot setback if in the interior. And then there's 143 lots are proposed at the 25-foot width and 55 lots proposed with the 35-foot width. So as I mentioned previously, there are 7.52 acres of green space and amenities proposed within the villas at Bluebonnet Ridge, which would include a pavilion, playground for the community, a walking path, a mail center with covered pavilion, a private dog park, private picnic trail, community garden, and then the bulk of that, the 4.01 acres is open space that's also encumbered by the easement, the LCRA easement that traverses the property. Also to note in the proposed PDD, based off the reduced side yard setbacks, each townhome within the villas will be fire sprinkled, will require all AC condensers to be in the rear yard, and exterior walls will be at least a minimum of 1 hour fire rating. That was a requirement from our fire marshal. And then some additional design standards that are proposed within the PDD. There's 654 parking spaces proposed. There is an 8-foot masonry wall that's proposed. And then typically from a residential to a more multifamily type project, they would be required an 8-foot masonry wall and then a 20-foot landscape buffer. They are proposing for that 20-foot landscape buffer to be within the rear yards of the proposed townhome project. So this is the conceptual master plan. You can see Country Club, Columbia to get your bearings, and then this green open space towards the bottom of the proposed project is that easement. So as probably everyone in the room remembers, in 2022, the applicant submitted a zone change request for a PDD that had a base zoning of multifamily apartments, the R4. That proposal was for 220 units and would be developed as fourplexes. At the September 27th, 2022 City Council meeting, that application was denied by council with concerns with the proposed density, and there was a discussion on if the proposal came back not as apartments but instead townhomes. Based off of that conversation and that City Council meeting, the applicant did make those modifications and is proposing the townhome product with a decreased number of 198 units. So some additional changes from the previous PDD. On the application from 2022, it was noted that the applicant was working with the Parks Department in relation to a trail that's shown on the 2017 Schertz Transportation Plan Trails Network that would go through the overhead utility easement and would be part of the Great Northern Trail. The current proposal no longer accounts for or proposes the dedication or construction of that trail. And we would like to note that, at the January 10th City Council meeting, there was a presentation and discussion and City Council expressed their desire for trails within the City of Schertz and importance of requiring trails to be constructed. So just going into more of the staff analysis. So the subject property on the Schertz sector plan is identified as single-family residential, which encourages a mixture of residential housing types. With the proposed base zoning of townhome, it is going to be providing that mixture of housing types for the community, so it would be consistent with what the comprehensive land use plan and the Schertz sector plan identifies. Additionally, the change from apartment to townhome is consistent with the previous conversation during the City Council meeting to reduce that overall density. However, based on the council discussion on January 10th, staff feels that the development should be required to dedicate and construct the trail per the 2017 Schertz Transportation Plan, the Trails Network. So staff is recommending approval of the proposed zone change with a condition that per the 2017 Schertz Transportation Plan Trails Network, the proposed project would include the trail and all future exhibits and plans and construct the identified trail on the subject tract. On January 25th, 2023, the Schertz Planning and Zoning Commission did conduct a public hearing, and at that meeting, they did recommend to City Council to approve the proposed zone change with a condition that the proposed project include that trail with a 5-2 vote. And the applicant is here and I believe wants to make a presentation.
No, sir, not at this point. This is a public hearing. You'll have your opportunity to address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Buck Benson, 745 East Mulberry, representing the applicant. Other than new councilwoman, I think you all have heard this presentation before, but I do want to say after, the last city council meeting where our project was denied, we took that to heart. We went out into the community, met with Scenic Hills and the boards of the other neighborhood associations, And I believe what we've brought back to you satisfies the questions or some of the concerns that this council raised at its last meeting. As staff noted, we have capped our density at 198 units, but I think in all likelihood, once we lay out the development and put streets in, that number will probably even come down. So that's our max number, but there's very, very strong likelihood we could lose a few more units from that. So we can't go above that. As noted, we're going to have a mix of townhome buildings, and we understood from there was a concern about renters versus ownership, that the townhome communities will have more owners. Obviously, we're going to have a mandatory homeowners association that'll maintain the front yard, backyard, side yard. Each resident will be a member of the homeowners association. We're going to have a series of amenities that these types of communities have in terms of a pavilion, a dog park, walking space. I think all that's been identified in staff's presentation. I know after I get done talking, there's going to be a lot of people that get up after me, and we'll have a lot of concerns, and I can't identify and address all those concerns. I mean, you'll have to hear them and consider those on your side. I know one of them will likely be density. As mentioned, we've capped at 198, and more than likely that number will come down once we ultimately lay the development out. There'll also be some discussion about traffic. We understand that. I will say, I think it hasn't been noted enough, but these are going to be private streets within our development. That means the homeowners association and the homeowners will be responsible for the ultimate maintenance of all the streets within it. As to the streets outside of the development, we are going to do a traffic impact analysis. We'll have to pay whatever traffic impact fees the city would require for 198 units. There's also going to be some concerns probably talking about drainage. We're going to do a complete drainage study. I know at this point we're going to have at least 2 detention ponds within the development. We're going to have to do a thorough review with staff and have all that approved before we start any significant construction. All those issues will be addressed and laid out and covered by staff. I know there's also going to be probably some discussion about the impact this may have on the city's water and wastewater system. We're going to be paying $2.4 million in impact fees to the city for this development, for your water and wastewater fees. So we're not asking for any variances from that. We're coming at this as a normal developer, paying our share of whatever any traditional development would do. I want to shift gears to the discussion of the trail. I know that is a very, very significant issue for a lot of the owners that are going to be speaking tonight. Frankly, we don't want the trail. We don't think it's necessarily a benefit to our community. I don't think it's necessarily correct for it to be a condition of the zoning request, because ultimately LCRA is the party that has to allow for that trail to be constructed within that easement. To have a condition on us that we have no control over, I don't think is a proper condition to be associated with the case. If we had room with our development to try to build a trail, we would do it, but we understood the concern to be density. So we've tried to develop our project, and we don't have the room within our footprint to do a trail. So then putting a condition that we have to build it within an easement that we may not ultimately be able to get approval to build it on, I don't think is a proper condition. I think that should be removed from it, and the city should look at other alternatives. I think the 2 issues are basically separate. I mean, our project should not be tied to whether or not we can build or construct a trail. So I would encourage you to look at this case independently of that condition, and I would respectfully ask that you approve it without that being a condition, because I don't think it's proper. With that, I'd like to kind of go back to what staff commented. We think this project fits the housing mixture that the city's looking for. This is a much different. This is the type of product people are looking for. The housing market is constantly changing. This is the type of product, close to I-35. It's home ownership or townhome ownership. It's a great market. Schertz is a great place to be. And so we really want to see this thing go forward and would appreciate your support and ask you that you approve it without the trail being a condition. So I'm sure I'll be asking or addressing some other questions, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Before I open the public hearing, Mr. James, could you make note of some of the issues and concerns that are being brought up to our attention during the public hearing so we can address them? Thank you. Once again, this item is an item on the public hearing. If there's anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject, please step up to the mic. And before you start, please state your name and your address. And once again, you're limited to 3 minutes. You cannot donate or share your time with anybody else. Step up to the mic.
Thank you. My name is Doug Young. I live at 3701 Hillside in the Scenic Hills complex. On this project, we object to the trail not because it's the trail. It's because our subdivision has a very specific need to be cooperated with this project. We are one of the only gated communities in the city of Schertz at this point in time, and we have 1,762 feet of our project, which is open ground, which does not meet the conditions of the approval and the fencing of our subdivision when it was approved in 1991. We are trying to close that issue. If you look at the project site, what would be the west side of the LCRA right-of-way has a fence that runs completely from Columbia all the way to Country Club. It shuts off that area. LCRA in a 1925 easement says nothing goes in here. Federal regulations say they can come in, bulldoze, and move anything in there. Because of that issue, we can't secure our subdivision unless we use the subdivision fence that is granted with the subject. That fence will run at a 90-degree to connect to our existing fence and make Scenic Hills a secured subdivision, as was intended in the 1991 development plan. At this point in time, we could not do it because of the golf course. The question becomes, well, why not put the fence in part of the right-of-way? One, the LCRA development restrictions say we cannot put anything within 30 feet of any of the poles or within 30 feet parallel to that LCRA right-of-way. So that means that the only portion of that property that's available for the trail, should it go in, would be directly against their fence. That would also require the construction of another 1,765 foot of fence at $108 a linear foot. That's $200,000+ for one fence to separate the LCRA from the trail and provide security for our subdivision. So therefore, not having the trail go through the 1,762 feet creates an additional burden on the citizens. If you look at the original plan that existed prior to January 10th, the trail went to Country Club Drive, went north of the project to Lynx and went around and went down Country Club to 35 and across the right-of-way, and the two met on the opposite end.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Heather Jackson. I live at 3410 Wimbledon Drive here in Schertz, Texas. Thank you for hearing our concerns this evening. If I could, I would like to start out by saying that it is a challenge to find the right words to say to convey your thoughts and concerns in a 3-minute segment. I hope you can view our passion as the beautiful thing that it is. We are citizens who love our homes and the land that surrounds them. I hope that the council can appreciate our willingness to act in our community about something that is so important to us. I hope that we can engage in a meaningful dialogue to come to a solution that is truly fitting. We all know this is round 2 for trying to get this same parcel of land rezoned in our Northcliffe neighborhoods, and that many of mine and my neighbors' concerns are the same as last time, and those concerns are very valid to us. I will focus my thoughts this evening on the appropriateness of the high-density project at hand in the middle of our single-family neighborhoods. Is this rezoning of the land an appropriate and responsible decision? The answer is absolutely no. It has been heartbreaking for our Northcliffe community to watch the golf course be parceled off into segments of what used to be a beautiful whole. Our neighborhoods were planned around a golf course. They weren't planned to accommodate higher density developments. Now we are watching our neighborhood be retrofitted to fulfill wants of developers and the city's want of different housing options. It feels irresponsible to develop land in a way that is not in harmony with its surroundings, no matter who wants it. Higher density housing doesn't belong in the middle of our neighborhoods, period. Our neighborhoods weren't planned or designed that way, and they simply can't support it in a way that sustains a quality of life for its residents, current or future. Please know that we are not against townhomes, apartments, duplexes, or fourplexes. We aren't against renters. Most of us were renters at some point. That is not the issue. The issue is responsible development that is inappropriate for the location at hand. Please also recognize that this proposition doesn't just affect the residents that live within 200 feet. It affects all of us in the surrounding neighborhoods. This proposal, while down from 220 units to 198, is still high density. The 25 acres in question are a bit more than a third of the size of the Scenic Hills community that runs adjacent to it, yet the number of rooftops and residents will be equal. Think about that. The same number of people in a third of the space. That is definitely high density, and it is definitely inappropriate to be placed in the middle of existing single-family residences. I am sincerely asking you to vote against this zoning change. Our concerns deserve to be addressed before simply approving what the developer wants. The right choice here is to slow down. We must look at the big picture. We know what else is being proposed and is in the pipeline for this area. The broker has told us what the individual developers are hoping to build. This time it's townhomes, but next is 600 apartment units, a 3-story senior living center, a large church, and retail, all in the middle of our single-family homes. This overall plan is unequivocally inappropriate for the land that is the old golf course. It has no place in the middle of our residences. Please consider this as you vote this evening. Think about the citizens who are begging you to see it from our perspective, the people who will be living this every day. Vote no tonight. It is the only responsible decision. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cade Jackson. I live at 3410 Wimbledon Drive in Schertz, Texas. I'm a junior at Steele High School, and I'm honored to address the council this evening. My parents have been keeping me up to date on the plans with the golf course land that surrounds our home. I've always wanted to attend previous city meetings, but I've always had band rehearsals or other prior academic commitments. I felt so strongly about being here this evening that I actually asked permission from my band director to leave rehearsal early so that I could attend. And also, despite this being a school night, and I have an SAT to take tomorrow. This is the 4th house I've ever lived in and the 4th house my parents have ever owned. It is, however, the first house we've ever lived in where when you walk outside, you feel like you can actually breathe. The walls of society feel like they stop converging together, and there's a little bit of space and elbow room that allows you to enjoy nature and have a little retreat from the craziness of the world. This slice of nature has had a huge positive impact on me, and I will be leaving for college in a year. I want to know that my parents have a neighborhood that they can enjoy, that the things in the neighborhood are appropriate and serve to enhance its residents that live there rather than cause them detriment. I want to know that I will have this type of neighborhood to come home to. I have been taught at school that city leaders are elected to represent their citizens, and while not old enough to vote yet, I have accompanied my parents when they do vote. I know how important it is, and I'm excited to do my civic duty and vote when the time comes, to vote for people who represent me and my community's needs. At the last city council meeting, along with tonight, citizens that you represent have asked you to listen to their concerns, specifically about the appropriateness of the high-density development in the middle of single-family neighborhoods. I hope that what I've been taught at school is true. The city leaders do indeed listen and represent the people that elect them. Please do the responsible thing this evening. Hear what I, my parents, our neighbors, and my community are saying. This development is not appropriate, and the approval of it would be irresponsible. I implore you to vote no to approving this proposal until more sustainable development can be achieved. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carter Jackson. I live at 3410 Wimbledon Drive here in Schertz, Texas. I am an 8th grader at Dobie Junior High. My parents bought our home because of the serenity of the green space that is the golf course. They wanted me and my brothers to have a neighborhood that allows us to be outside in nature more so than most neighborhoods. Northcliffe does just that for me and my brothers. We have the space to play and enjoy the outdoors. I get to enjoy wildlife in my neighborhood more than most people get to, and that is a beautiful thing. This high-density development is not appropriate for our neighborhood. We will lose the green space that is the most beautiful part of our homes. We will lose the wildlife and serenity our neighborhood enjoys. Please do the responsible thing this evening and vote no to something that doesn't belong. This high-density proposal is simply not appropriate among our homes and is not a responsible decision. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cole Jackson. I live at 3410 Wimbledon Drive. I'm a 5th grader at Schlother. I work really hard at school. It doesn't come as easily to me as it does my brothers. My parents have always taught me I have to put first things first. I work hard at school first so I can have time to play when I get home. My neighborhood gives me a great place to play with my brothers and my neighbors. I explore and I imagine. I come up with hours of things to do. If there are a lot more people in a small space, it makes it hard to stay safe in a calm space to play. Please don't smush a lot of people into a small space. It doesn't fit with our neighborhood. Maybe the city can find a better place for it to go. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Phil Jackson. I live at 3410 Wimbledon Drive. As you can imagine, emotions. I'm very proud of my boys. Try and gather myself. It was very difficult for us to come tonight to make all the adjustments we needed to make with our family, all the things going on to come here, but it's that important to us to be here to be able to speak to you. You will hear many concerns from residents who were put into, you will hear many concerns from the residents whom you were put into positions to represent. Of the affected surrounding HOAs, only one of the 5 has stated that they are in support of the development. And if you do not know, if you didn't watch previous meetings, they are in support of this development in exchange for the gift of the land that is next to their property. That HOA only represents 1 out of 5. That's 20% of the surrounding HOAs. 80% of the community surrounding are not in favor of this. Like my wife stated, that land, the amount of people being put on that parcel, there are 3 times the amount of land right next to it with the same number of people being scrunched into that little piece. We know we have concern about infrastructure. We've talked about those things. If you do decide to go against the wishes of the citizens you are supposed to be representing, I ask that you do not approve any further high-density projects on the surrounding land. We will already be struggling with the added population, so please keep further development. 2, we understand that PDD is an important piece because it forces the developer to come back with any changes that they make. But we also understand that 6-7 months ago, approval was made that R6 and R7 can be put back into being approved for zoning. So a PDD with an R6 or an R7 attached to it, if I'm understanding it correctly, I feel would be most appropriate for this area. around the neighborhoods, our neighborhoods, the land right in the center, is where those 600 apartment complexes are being worked on currently with city staff. This was told to me directly in conversation with the broker of all of this land. That, in addition to by the pond, which is also in between homes, is a three-story senior living center. All of these things do not fit within our single-family homes. Single-family homes make the most sense. If a developer takes a risk on bringing high density to you for this area, let them know it is not acceptable here so that they resell their property while they can get their money back and not have a loss. It is a risk, but if they take that risk and they understand that risk is not going to pay off, if we tell them quickly enough, they can resell the land. Only allow responsible development to happen. Please vote no to high density. It affects families like mine more than just the views from our homes. A question that I would pose to staff. 117 flyers went out and 45 came back opposed. I would like to know the math behind that and how that is not 20%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Moss, 3434 Wimbledon Drive, Schertz, Texas. Basically, I would like to start with how the applicant thinks he's allowed to have 200 homes in that area. There is no UDC configuration that I'm aware of that would allow 200 homes in there. Just like here, he wants to get rid of the 20-foot buffer that's required. He also does not want to do the mandatory. It's a mandatory in the UDC, the 2,500 square foot. That's not an option, that's mandatory. The only way he can do that is to remove a whole row of his townhomes, and he would end up with 150. Who told him that he can have 200 houses in there? The UDC is very specific that that property will not hold that. And I'm not sure from planning or whoever came up with these numbers. I would really like to see the numbers where this came from. And as this decision will affect residents of Schertz for years to come, I would urge you to vote no on this ordinance and make them come back with something that clearly conforms to the UDC. I can't see how you can do anything else than have that property zoned appropriately. What is the city getting from this for giving all these things back? Commissioner Outlaw talked about that at the P&Z meeting very carefully. He was going, typically in a PDD, we give something to get something. If that's an area for a school or a public service or something else, there's something in it for the city. What's in it for the city? Because it's all give here. I gave you that whole list of things, and it's all give. There was nothing that I saw that the city was going to get out of this whole thing. And I gave all of you a list of 11 questions for the applicant. And I don't see any reason. They're very simple questions that he can't answer them tonight. And actually, I emailed most of them to Brian James earlier, and he said that he was going to push them on to the company. So you talk about, and I don't think any of them are very difficult questions. So I really like him to answer them. And townhomes are not a good investment. I was a realtor in Austin in the 80s when they went bankrupt. The biggest thing about townhomes is HOA fees. You can go and look right now in Zillow. You'll find HOA fees of $1,000 a month. How in the world is that a good investment? The only townhomes in Schertz is over $300 a month. If you put that onto a house payment, it's cheaper to buy the house than it is to buy a townhome. That's not a good investment for anybody. Again, I would just like, if nothing else, push this back and give us more than 3 days next time from when you put it on the agenda until the actual meeting is. I don't think that was very well. I emailed everybody. People decided not to get back to me because there was only 2 days allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charles Boyle. I live at 3333 Wimbledon Drive, and this October I'll have 30 years there. I've enjoyed it because it's quiet, it's easy to live, the people take care of, David knows, the people take care of what they have, they're friendly. I'm a walker. I get out and walk. I want that path. I want to be able to go up as far as I can or as far south as I can. I didn't know they were going to try to shut that off. That was in the plan to start with, and they should not be allowed to move it and change it. It is a straight path is what they want, and that's what we should get. And we have the quiet, we have everything to, like those young boys were talking. They can get out and play and not worry about somebody running over them. When you have all those people, they're all going to have cars, and they're going to go. There's nothing up there, no retail. You've got to go to one of the places, Cibolo, in the Schertz, or up north, to buy your groceries. I know, for 30 years, that's what I've been doing. But I don't mind because I come home to peace and quiet. Please, please, vote no. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Roy Jones, and I live at 3422 Wimbledon Drive. First, I would like to thank the members of City Council for their time and attention regarding the future of the old North Cliff Golf Course before them tonight. I believe the proposed development district in the middle of an established community of single-family homes will cause unnecessary traffic, crime, flooding, and decreased property value. This is not the reason I'm standing here before you tonight. The residents of our community were invited by Scenic Hills last year to a meeting at the Scenic Hills Clubhouse. Now, this is a large building that would fit right in amongst the city buildings we are at tonight. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the plans for the golf course property and how we as a community could work together to make it better. The plan at the end of the meeting was for a principal from each of the homeowners associations present to work together with the builder towards a plan that would be beneficial to our whole community. That is not what happened. At the next meeting, just recently, no longer within Scenic Hills, the atmosphere was not pleasant at all. There was confusion as to why only Scenic Hills had met with the builder, and representative from Scenic Hills calming the packed room. The meeting did not make any sense at all. How do we go from working together to being left out in the cold? Last Tuesday, I found out. A resident of Scenic Hills informed me that the builder had agreed to pay for a new roof for the beautiful Scenic Hills Clubhouse. Sounds like the builder decided to divide and conquer. I do not want to believe that such an unscrupulous act is unfolding in our community. Please, this is a perfect opportunity on the record for both the builder and a representative from Scenic Hills to stand before us tonight and set the record straight. Please deny this application. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Good evening. Honorable Mayor Ralph Gutierrez. Gutierrez, thank you, sir. Honorable councilmen and women of the city of Schertz. So good evening.
Can we get your address, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is James M. Huff, Hough. I live at 5133 Black Horse, Schertz, Texas, 78108. I'm a retired Air Force chaplain. I'd like to address you with two things. I would like to say a prayer for the city council and the citizens of Schertz, Texas. That's what I do. And to state my opinion of the changing of the zoning of the Northcliffe area in Schertz, Texas. Let us pray. Dear Lord, we gather together tonight to conduct the official business of the city of Schertz, Texas. It is my prayer that each city council member and the citizens of Schertz, Texas be richly blessed and their families. In your holy name we pray. There is a serious and negative problems that will result in zoning change. Therefore, I'm opposed to building the homes in Northcliffe area for 5 reasons. We've talked about these already, and I'm not going to go into it in detail, but you each have a copy of my report. I hope you'll read that. I could talk about a long time and address most of these, but I'm just going to highlight them. High density, it's already been discussed. There's serious problems with that. Address it seriously. The proposed walking trail is not clearly identified and explained. Future financial costs, this is really the main reason I'm coming here tonight. The homeowners that are going to be left behind, that once this project would be made, are going to have to build privacy fence. And future potential serious foundation problems in the event of poor construction need to be deliberately addressed. If it's not constructed correctly, there's people in these certain areas to the north, to the east, and to the south, the north and the east, are doing construction problems because of foundation. There's a problem here. The current HOA homeowners that are surrounding the Northcliffe area do not want this zoning area to be changed. I'm not a mathematician, but 51% saying that they did agree, with only one being surveyed, that 51% drops down to 11% because there's 4 that were not considered about the whole area. But that doesn't equate into the need. But it is only have to be represented correctly. It's only one HOA, only one, that was surveyed, only one. It was required, but that's, there was no environmental impact survey or geological survey required for the zoning of the Northcliffe area. Again, I understand this ruling, and I feel it's unfair and unwise. All I'm asking you to do is to wait. Vote no on this proposal. Vote no, because there's people in our community, in our city, need to be able to have a no vote tonight.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jorge Rodriguez. I live at 3334 Foxbriar Lane. I am opposed to this decision as far as this build. I'll mention some of the reasons I know. First, I'd like to start off by thanking every single one of you for attending today, taking your time to actually listen to every single one of us. So let's start off with infrastructure. Obviously, infrastructure, as we all already know, it comprises of EMS, fire department, police, education, utilities, and so on and so forth, right? So while I lived in the neighborhood, ran into several leaks. Every single one of those leaks that I called several times a day, mostly late at night while I'm walking, having to wake up my neighbors, they've all resulted as part of the city responsibility, not necessarily the homeowner's responsibility. Why I know that is because I pretty much stayed there to try to help the owner until they got some sort of help. Let's talk about infrastructure as far as the children, right, and their education. We can always go back and say, hey, well, the responsibility is the high school, it's a middle school, you take it up to them. But I'd like for you to just be mindful, all of your parents or grandparents or aunts or uncles, would you like your child or your relative to receive a text message every single day that your child's gonna be late? Or the bus is gonna be late picking them up. I'm talking about every single day from Steele High School, if you're curious about the high school. For me, you know, it's 2 years and my son graduates. That's great for me, but what about the rest, right? If the school doesn't have the infrastructure for the education, what makes us think they're gonna have the infrastructure for those kids that are gonna move into this neighborhood and the buses? That hasn't really been addressed. Or the other 600 people that are going to move in. Let's talk about vehicles. I'm a family of 4 and I have 4 cars and I'm thinking about getting me another one. Maybe another 2, but I have 4. Who the hell are they to tell me that I can't buy me another car? So let's talk about families, right? The average family has 2 vehicles. What makes us think that every single home in that neighborhood is gonna have 2 vehicles? If they have teenagers, they're gonna have 3 vehicles, maybe 4 vehicles, just like me, because my kids are teenagers, right? So if we think about the 600 apartments that are going to move in as well, that's 600 and 200. I know you said it's 198, but let's just run it off to 200 to make the math a little bit easier. If you do 600 times 4, that's 2,400. If you do 200 times 4, that's 800, a total of 3,200 vehicles additional to this neighborhood. If we want to be reasonable and say, hey, well, there's only going to be 2 cars per home, per apartment, that would be 1,600 vehicles. We don't have the infrastructure for the vehicles that we currently have in our neighborhood. What makes us think we'll have the infrastructure for those additional vehicles or the people living in it? Let's talk about the elderly. I know my time's up. Just give me a few more seconds, please. The elderly. Let's talk about EMS and the fire department. They are the most vulnerable people in our community. I am a 40-year-old man, but let's think about them for a second. Are we going to really build additional homes and tell them that the fire department, police department, or the EMS was not able to arrive to their rescue because we failed to make a decision that's going to affect them in the community?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again, I'm Samantha Goggins. I'm at 3401 Foxbriar Lane, and I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. I'm here because I'm frustrated, right? I did take umbrage a little bit with, oh, we haven't heard from anybody. I will tell you, I came here, I got 2 small kids at home and a husband with a broken back. That's how much this means to me, is I'm putting all of that stuff aside so I can be here and deal with this, because I don't understand what's happening. And I'm also frustrated with the gentleman that spoke earlier. Of course he doesn't want the trail, right? That's how he got those people to sign in favor, right? I mean, that's not even, when you have to get your attorney involved to say, oh yeah, but that's technically and still in favor. Look, I write contracts, I work in infrastructure, and you have to pull in the attorneys to make that, that's a bad move on anybody's part, okay? He also talked about he's given $2.4 million towards water waste or whatever that is. I work in electric, gas, and water industry. That is a drop in the bucket. There are multiple neighborhoods in the area who, like, they stood up and they said they would maintain a road for 10 years, and that was the end of it. And those roads are crap now. So, like, yes, I appreciate that he has to pay some but this is longer than that. That doesn't mean anything to me. And he's right. Schertz is a great place to be. But he's not going to be here. He has no concept of what's going to happen here. Talked about the HOA, and HOA is only as good as how well they're funded, right? All it takes is one big legal case to drain their funds, and then what are they going to maintain? What else here? The lot sizes, I didn't even realize that you guys had come down on the size of part of the townhomes, and also that depth, decreasing the depth, that makes 0 sense to me, especially with the buffers against the people who are going to be behind them. All in all, I just don't understand why we're doing this. You're going to incur some costs. You're going to have to add some street lighting in there, right? That's not cheap.
You're gonna have to do something about that road. I know you guys just fixed it, so thank you for whoever who patched part of that together, but there's still a tunnel running under that road, and the engineers have said, like, it's not gonna last. You're gonna have to make major renovations to that. So this whole project, I understand you guys are probably already gonna vote for it. I know you've already made your mind up. I understand. But this is a bigger issue here. This whole area, I don't want to be Stone Oak. I don't want people to be like, oh, I don't want to go to your house because you're all the way out in the middle of everything and it's too hard to get there. Like, I don't want Schertz to turn into that. And I hope that you guys don't want that either, right? Again, I'll reiterate, I have lived here since 1997. I am not against growth. I'm happy to see new things coming in and changing. I know we need diverse, different types of housing, right? I want my kids to be able to go to college and still live in the area. Totally on board with that. But the interior of this golf course, I have a lot of concerns about how we're gonna maintain it, how we're gonna manage the traffic, how, if there's an accident in the middle of the neighborhood, where do all those cars go, right? And the police response times, I know you guys have done things to bring Schertz and Cibolo together, but there's still long lead times. It took like 15 minutes for a home burglary. So please keep all of this in mind. And thank you for fixing the water park. I know that you guys did that after.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's Kenny Rogers, and I live at 5116 Eagle Valley Street. My backyard is adjacent, so if we're looking at these maps and all these overlays and everything, that's a 1 or 2D function. I don't know if any of you have been out there. You're invited to my house to come see, but some of this stuff's in a floodplain. It runs off the neighborhoods from the left to the right, runs towards 35, which dumps into Cibolo Creek. And I don't know if you know, about 2-3 years ago, a 12-year-old died in Cibolo Creek trying to swim across it. That's all the runoff from our neighborhoods. So the ponds that are dried up, that's got to be all dug out. There's a runoff, I have pictures on my phone, from one cart path to the other, 7 and 8 and 2 and 3. Those are the holes that we're talking about. If you're looking at an aerial view, this is 1 and 9 right here. That's all they're talking about, it's 1 and 9. But the 600 apartments that's gonna go in, supposedly, is on 2, 3, 7, and 8. 600 units, and they're talking about, oh, it's beautiful apartments, it'll be spaced. It's freaking apartments, right? We all know what apartments get to. Pretty soon, it's gonna get riffraff, and we already are the door-checking capital of the neighborhood. 1103 Fairway Ridge, that's where I live. They jump off 35, they come through the neighborhood, they door check, they rummage through your stuff, steal your catalytic converters, your spare tires, your F-150 tailgates, and then you book right back to 35. Now you're gonna put 6 times that many people in my backyard, which, by the way, there's some people in Eagle Valley Street, we don't have privacy fences. The fences were built because we're on a golf course. They're iron fence, 4 foot tall, your dog can run through them. And now you're gonna put up an apartment complex, that's votes coming next. So this is just part of it, all right? So think of that. If you haven't seen it, shame on you. Every one of you have a lunch, you can run out there and check it out for yourself. You can come to my house, look off my back deck. It's a 19-foot gap in distance, or it's not distance, but elevation from the back of my house to the bottom of the runoff ditch, 19 feet. You have over 1,300 yards of 19 feet you gotta fill in, just to put something there. You're gonna put parking lots and apartment complexes in there? That's crazy. That's crazy. But if you wanna see it for yourself, because I know most of you have not, come on to my house. Check it out.
Good evening. My name is Angel Santiago Colon. I live at 5613 Fairways Drive. I'm a newbie to Schertz, excuse me. I'm a newbie. I come down from the northeast. If I wanted to have a 3-story building in front of my house or behind my house, I would have stayed where I was at. The majority of you probably don't know what a concrete jungle looks like. That's what you're going to turn our neighborhood into, a concrete jungle. I moved to Schertz because of the tranquility, the peacefulness. I'm an over-the-road truck driver. I like to come home and it's quiet. I don't have to worry about noise or any of that. I don't know where you people live, nor do I want to know. But like the gentleman before me said, if any of you have even seen what you're about to vote on, before you vote on it, I think you ought to go take a trip out there and see what we're talking about. See the beauty that we see, why we moved there. I'm pretty sure the developer wouldn't want a 3-story building in his backyard. I don't want it either. So all I ask is to vote no, because it ain't worth it for any of us.
I really hate doing this, talking in front of people. I'm 3422 Mary Salvatierra, Wimbledon. Okay, I do not believe you've already voted, so let's make that clear. I certainly hope you don't have already voted on any of this. But I've been to all the meetings, just listening mostly. Scenic Hills was really strong. I was impressed. We were all against this. So I don't really understand this percentage of why this is even coming to the table, because we had Scenic Hills with us. They were against this. And now, all of a sudden, the last couple of meetings, I felt totally blindsided. You guys all decided, okay, we're going to go with the builder. They discussed the 20-foot property, extra property they were going to get. They were going to get a fence. And now, all of a sudden, the amenity, which would be for everybody in Schertz, which would be that walking trail, oh, no, 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 we don't want that. And the builder, nope, no walking trail. Don't make me do the walking trail. Well, everything he's doing is just for these people, just for his building. That's not fair to any of us, our children, our grandchildren. It doesn't make any sense. You vote against a walking trail, which Scenic Hills will say to you, well, we don't want this if you make the walking trail, which is for the rest of Schertz. So none of this makes sense to me, so please vote no. Thank you.
My name is Bill Edmonds. I live at 4909 Crestwood Drive, City of Schertz. I am the president of the Northcliffe HOA. There was some discussion that's been said, that we all agreed upon this, that all 5 HOAs got together and this was what we ended up with. The HOAs had 5 meetings. We were invited to 3 of them. The last 2 was done purely by Scenic Hills 55 and the developer. They sat down and said, this is what we want. Developer said, this is what we'll give you. Okay, this is what we want. They agreed upon it. They took it to an attorney and had it signed, and then they came in and told us, this is what we got for you. You didn't get anything for us. They got it for themselves. There's been a lot of talk about traffic. Some of you on the board here remember, you approved a big apartment complex and more housing up in the Homestead area. Where does Homestead traffic come if they're going to go south on 35? 2 feet of roads go right through Northcliffe. 2 feet of roads. That's it. The builder said, well, we've kind of been talking to the city and some other people, and we're thinking about putting a road through. Where are they going to put a road through? They could put it behind Charleston, then it's going to make a hard turn because you've got Scenic Ridge over there now. Federal standards say that you have to have 500 feet between a feeder road and a main arterial road. 1103 is a main arterial road. 500 feet between signalized intersections. If you think you're going to put all that traffic without a signal, it ain't going to happen. They'll never be able to get across the street. It's 105 feet from the signal at the frontage road to where they would put their street through. Does not meet federal standards. People are lazy. They say, well, people are going to go out of here, they're going to go up, go around Schwab and come back down. I worked traffic for Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for 22 years. People are lazy. They're going to take the quickest way they can to get where they want to go. That's why you keep building bigger and bigger freeways, to take people where they want to go. You take this with all that population, you take what's already been approved for Homestead, you add 600, 800, 900, however many more apartments, and put all of that going straight through Northcliffe. We are totally against it. Please vote no.
Hi. My name is Patsy Laurie.
You can press it, you can put it down. There you go.
Thank you. Standing on tiptoes was going to get tough. My name is Patsy Laurie. I live at 3405 Wimbledon Drive. I've lived there since 2007. And I just am I'm an optimist and a positive thinker, and I want to believe that all of you do have open minds and that you are hearing us, because we really are the citizens that you represent. These people here are those people that you represent, and we voted for you to represent us. And our concerns are very real. I'm not going to run through it all again because it's been run through. But I guess for me, I do look at my property values, because I really do honestly believe that for all of us, our property values are going to go down. And for many of us, that is one of our main savings in life, one of our main investments in life. And of course, it's not just that, it's all the other things. But I do ask you to keep an open mind and hear us, because you're our representatives, and we're your people. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan DeGraff and Reed. I live at 5140 Columbia Drive. I'm the president of the Fairhaven HOA. During the previous council meeting on this subject, one of the things that was made pretty clear to us as being part of this neighborhood is that we should be wanting to open arms people that had a lower income than us to move into our neighborhood. One of the council members specifically stated that they were ashamed of us because they didn't, or that we didn't want to be able to have our children be able to afford some place to live that was close to us. I don't know about you guys, but when I first moved out of the house, I couldn't live in the same neighborhood as my parents. I couldn't live in the same town. And for many of us, we couldn't even live in the same country because we had to join the military to make a living, and in many cases got moved out of the country. So I just want to make sure that we understand that that was the original conversation about this neighborhood. Now that they're putting in townhomes, and now that they're going to be high-end townhomes, in many cases selling for more than the square footage sales price of my house in the same neighborhood, now it's okay. I just don't understand that. Mr. Benson stated that he met with all of the surrounding neighborhoods, and he did not. As president of the HOA at Fairhaven, I didn't get notified of any meeting whatsoever. And I know that my friend at Fairways didn't get notified of a meeting either, and that's been brought up a couple of times. Please understand that we are not just 5 separate subdivisions. We are a neighborhood. We have food truck Fridays. We have golf cart parades. And many of us have enjoyed the time that we've had on the old golf course, either playing golf or now walking that area. We realize it's not going to be the same. We realize it's going to be developed. We realize the developer, the owner of the property, has the right to develop it. We're just asking you guys to listen to us and determine what the right kind of development is. I would like to ask to explain the math, and I know that that was brought up earlier. You said that there were 200 letters stated or sent out, and of those, 45 were in opposition. Is that correct?
We'll get those
Okay,
numbers,
great.
yeah.
Because my math, that's 22%, so a supermajority is needed tonight. I would just ask you to please listen to all of us, not just one subdivision who is able to sit down with a developer without anybody else around, but listen to all of us and our concerns. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carmen Rodriguez, and I live at 5621 Fairways. And I'd like to say that we've been in our house for 26 years, have enjoyed our Schertz area, our neighbors, wonderful neighbors. And I'm just saying that I want to tell you all that I'm concerned with the 600 units that are going to be, of apartments that are going to be built behind our home. And back in 1972, we lived in San Antonio, and we had purchased our home, very nice home also. And we experienced what it was like to have apartments being built behind our house. I had a son, my son was a year old at the time, and we had someone from the apartments shoot into our window where our child was, his bedroom was at. And so above that also, we had a lot of the people throwing trash into our yard. All the time, there was trash that these people from the apartments would throw into our yard. So it was really a nightmare for us. So when we moved over here to Schertz, we were so proud of coming to a place that was safe and everything. And I just want to say that we would like to keep it that way, and we would love for you all to consider this very carefully, because it is going to affect us for our safety and everyone around us. So please, consider us. And I want to thank you.
Good evening. Well, I was all proud of myself. I had all these notes written out, and they all got it for me, so I'm not going to rehash it all. First, I want to say thank you. I don't want to be in your shoes.
Can we have your name and address, please?
Sorry, Alan Johanningmeyer, 6058 Covers Cove. Speaking on behalf of the Macias is also at 3777 Pebble Beach. I don't want to be in your shoes. It's difficult. You got a lot to juggle. At the last meeting, it had been mentioned that our concerns were a bother, that it bothered people that we had some of these concerns. And I think that was misconstrued based on our emotions. I don't think that's intentional. But it seems to me tonight what should bother you as much as I'm insulted by it is a planned development district that is purposely trying to circumvent your unified development code that this city has set forward by keeping these smaller to cram more units in there. It's insulting. I'm insulted by it. You should be as well. And I just wanted to say that. So thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to address the city council? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Gregory Siebel, 3841 Green Ridge. Sorry. I am the president of the Scenic Hills HOA. Originally, I wasn't going to speak, so it's kind of off the cuff. There are two other options for the walking trail that will complete the entire trail from Austin to San Antonio that does not include the LCRA easement. Regarding the people that were involved, other HOAs were invited. We did have the public meeting that someone spoke to. And at that point, everybody, the leadership of the other HOAs were involved. 3 HOAs, including ourselves, participated at every meeting. The president of one didn't appear at one of the meetings. Not my challenge. We sat and asked each other, is this plan something that is going to be approved? Can it be approved? Can we live with it if it is, or can we make it not? All those different questions. Those 3 HOA presidents had said, yes, we're going through with this. So we didn't exclude anybody. We had opportunities for people to contact me. I'm not always telling you I'm the president, so I'm not out there telling everybody to come, but it's easily available from websites that people are posting things on now. Senior moment, sorry. We sat down in good faith with the other HOAs at many opportunities prior to any type of meeting considered a negotiation. I did have someone that was involved that was notifying other people. I have no idea how people did or didn't get notified. That's not my job to make sure that you're notified when I have a public meeting inviting you. Scenic Hills is in favor of this project. Thank you.
Steven Simmers, 3713 Columbia Drive, part of Scenic Hills, and I'm not for this at all. I just worked my tail off, and so did my fiance for the past 2 years to afford the house we just bought. I bought it over Christmas, so that was very hectic, and I had to bring in a lot of advice for the foundation issue, and I had to get a new roof for my house as well. There was a lot of neglect in that house. I know y'all talk about ownership with these townhomes. Well, you can own it and then move out and rent it out as well, so it's just as good as a rental. I use those 2 holes. I run my dog up one side, and then we turn around and I run him down that side, and I'd like to continue doing that. You know, I'm not an engineer, but the ground, whatever you build on, it's going to crumble. So, you know, I just ask that you vote no on this. I want to stay peaceful, and sorry if I stutter during this. I just got a lot of emotion in it. So thank you. Vote no.
My name is Jan Baldwin, and I am part of the North Cliff HOA. I'm vice president, and I just have a couple of things to say.
Could we have your address?
The address is 3401 Columbia Drive.
Thank you.
So I'm not in the middle of all of this. I'm kind of protected. But I think that I would like to hear a hand count of the number of people who want to stop developing this, of the number of people who realize that this is going to be a developed area. Can we hear our hands?
If you can just address the council,
So,
please.
the next thing is that we want to be fair to all people, not people who just want to come in and develop and then move out. They're gone. That happened to North Cliff, where, you know, we had a beautiful country club, and as soon as the development was over, it was gone. The same thing with the golf course. As soon as somebody got rid of it, it's gone. So, you know, we want to develop something that's fair to all. And just because we need density, we're going to forget what everybody else needs in the housing area. You know, it's not fair to these people that moved in for many years. I've been there for 30 years, and if you can listen to these people, a lot of people have been there for over 20, 25 years. And it was their last home. I remember when I was a young person, 21, I couldn't afford a home out here. I didn't even know about here. I lived in Park Village until places like this went up. And then I decided I didn't want to live there. Because you're right, I got trash in my house. So I went back to school. And we're talking about, yes, young people wanting to move back into Schertz saying, no, I can't afford it. Well, are they going to be able to afford these townhomes with all these management fees, HOA fees? How can they do that? I looked on the MLS listing today. There's over 25 homes that are less than $300,000. Yeah, you may have to mow the lawn, but buy a $100 lawnmower and get out there. You need the exercise, you know? One of the council members said, we need to enjoy the fruits of our labor, and yes, we do. But we don't lower the standards just because someone doesn't want to work and increase their income to be able to come and live in an area like ours. The density, yeah, we want kids to come back here and live, but not at the cost of the people who work so hard to get here. And now, property values are going to change. Even though the developer's saying $200 a square foot, it doesn't come up to about $260,000, $290,000. That's not what my house is worth. I just did the last couple of houses were $300,000 that we're selling.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, City Council. How you doing today? My name is Anthony Kobiak. I am a son of my parents who live at 3322 Wimbledon Drive. They've lived there for about 20 years. And they're in their mid-80s to late 80s. The one thing about the building that you're starting to do, it's not just the buildings themselves. It's the fact that you're going to have years of people coming in, construction, 3 stories, overlooking, banging on weekends, nights. And you have a lot of, you're bringing years of this into this community that has, if you walk it at all, is a pretty quiet bedroom community. I don't know personally how this fits into, and I've walked the golf course. I come here to visit. I'm from Florida. I spend a couple months a year with my parents, try to help them out. But I'm just wondering, you know, their backyard has a small fence, and what you're proposing, which will eventually happen, I can see that, is just going to be tall fences and 3-story buildings overlooking what normally was a pretty dark area. So you're going to have a lot of light interference from all the lights that are bringing in. You're going to have a lot of construction going on, a lot of noise, a lot of people are going to be, they have to put up with this inconvenience. And what are they getting for this inconvenience? That would be my only question. You know, the last thing is that your core values say do the right thing. Do the best you can. Treat other the way you want to be treated and work cooperatively as a team, cooperatively. So the question is, have you done that? I mean, have you done the best you could? Have you really worked with all the surrounding communities? Are you going to do the right thing? And that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else like to address the council? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is now closed. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Who wants to go first? Okay, Councilmember Scagliola, go ahead. Okay.
Sure, thank you, Councilman Scagliola. So in taking notes of the kind of questions asked versus the kind of comments and feedback, the biggest one seemed to be what was behind the math of the opposition to it. So just to be clear, we are required by state law and city ordinance to send a notice to all property owners or owners of all property within 200 feet of the area being rezoned. That went out to 117 folks. What happens, though, and has happened here with the 45 folks that sent back in opposition, is folks will send that notice to their neighbors who are outside the area, and so we will get some of those back from people not within that 200-foot area, and that's what happened here. So the 45 was total. Of those, 24 were in the 200-foot area. But to be clear, and this is, I think, where it becomes confusing, the requirement to trigger the 3/4 majority is the owners of 20% of the property within the 200-foot notice area have to object. So it's not simply 20% of the folks within the 117 that went out, it's folks who own 20%. Now, in some zoning cases, that can be one individual can own 30% of the area in the notice area, and they can trigger supermajority. The other cases, because of the size of the property, number of parcels, it may take quite a few more. So again, at this point, the answer is it's about the owners of at least 20% of the property within the 200-foot notice area. And again, of the 117 we sent out, we received 24 folks back who are actually in that area, but their property within the notice area is only about 14%, and that's the basis of the requirement, so to be clear on that. But it can be confusing for that. The second was really sort of a question comment from the developer about the requirement for the trail. And so just to be clear, as Emily explained, that trail is shown on the city's approved master hike and bike trail. What we do in zoning cases, particularly planned development districts that have graphics attached of that walk in the development, is we don't want that development or that zoning exhibit not to accurately reflect the approved plans that come into play with development. So again, if there was a zoning and there was a road shown on the thoroughfare plan, a 4-lane arterial, we would want that zoning exhibit to accurately reflect that went through there. It doesn't necessarily trigger it in and of itself, it's the plan. And so that's why we want it to accurately reflect that. It's required to be built because it's triggered there. Now, I will say it's a generalized alignment on the plan. And so it clearly kind of comes through this property. The applicant doesn't have to run it through the easement. He can certainly shrink his development and run through the property outside the easement. He's chosen not to do that. But again, I will reiterate why staff is pushing this. So the number one thing we hear from residents generally in the citizen survey is we want more hike and bike trails. We've heard folks here talk about we like getting out and we walk on the golf cart path, which is in fact and partly under the easement for that. We talk about people worried about losing that as part of their community. Certainly with council, I've stood out in 104-degree heat for the grand opening of a section of hike and bike trail under a section of this LCRA easement. And before that happened, and before that went in, we heard from residents behind there concerned about the trail going in. That's not to say things can't happen, but it's not something we've experienced in Schertz that there's a crime problem or issue or things like that. The last thing is there's been this comment of, oh, well, it's not been approved by LCRA, and that's correct. It's not been approved yet by LCRA. They require us to go through a process, and we will do that with the developer with regard to the alignment. What's the trail made of? Where is it going to be? Does it stand far enough away from our equipment? And we can do that. But they have not said it won't happen. They've simply said you have to go through the process for us to look at it, just like the section we did off Schertz Parkway that many of you are at the grand opening, and just like the section on the west side of 1103 by the church that we most recently built that's, again, under this easement. And so certainly if for some reason LCRA said, nope, trail's not going to be here, then trail's not going to be here, and we understand that and wouldn't hold the developer to do something that can't happen. But again, what I would encourage is the developer work with us, work with LCRA. I certainly can appreciate the residents on the south side not wanting that trail running right up behind their property, and it doesn't have to. We can move the trail away from their property, much like the trails you've walked on under the LCRA easement that kind of meander through there. They're not right up behind somebody's property. And again, what we tend to find with this is when we have those areas actively used, it helps in terms of security. There are eyes on the area. There are people walking up and down it. And literally, when I went out on the prior zoning case on this property, and stood in the backyards of people on the south side here, we saw people wander by through that property on the golf court path, walking through there. We've heard that going forward. And so this is an element we have in our community. It's not uncommon that we have some of these objections initially. We try to work through them, and certainly would work through with the developer on the alignment. And again, the irony you see here is for about a quarter of the length of the property outside the easement, they've got a trail system shown as sort of an amenity. So again, it can certainly be extended, and that's the reason for it. But again, it's a function of our approved plan. We don't want the zoning to incorrectly leave out an element that's required as part of that. And those were the two questions.
You gonna let me go first, huh?
Yes.
Oh, gosh. I'm a college professor, so I can talk extemporaneously for like hours. Okay, so I wrote it down, so you have to excuse me for actually reading it. It'll make it much quicker. I actually timed it, and it shouldn't take more than 6 minutes. You know, yeah, please. No more than 6 or 7 minutes. Yeah, 7.5. You know, sometimes the adult thing to do is simply to agree to disagree and move on. Unfortunately, that's not always easy to do. You know, my mom often said that no good deed ever goes unpunished. You know, my mom was a bit cynical at times. Expect the worst. You'll never be disappointed. Yeah, she was a cynic. But then again, cynics aren't always wrong. I'm not a cynic. I am pragmatic. I am an analyst. I am a critical thinker, which some people mistake for cynicism, crankiness, obstinance, and sometimes with a bit of sarcasm. Hey, lo siento. That's really not me. Now, as an analyst, if a problem comes up, I'm going to do a deep dive on it. I ask a lot of why questions, to the frustration of many people because they consider why questions sometimes an attack on their professionalism or their character or maybe their intelligence. It's not meant to be. That's how I get the answers that I need in order to come up with my final decisions. You see, unlike my mom, I expect the best, but I'm going to plan for the worst. So what's our problem here? This proposed development is the problem. In addition to being inconsistent with the style or character of the community, the proposal violates a number of tenets of our Unified Development Code. It is equivalent, essentially, to cramming a square peg into a round hole. That's why we need to disapprove it. If you applaud, they'll just incentivize me to continue. Hey, truth of the matter is I'm not opposed to development. As I said, I'm a realist, I'm pragmatic. I understand the golf course went away, and something will take its place. I'm not in denial. But let that something be something appropriate. You're looking at 200 units on less than 20 acres. That's double the density, more than double the density of Scenic Hills. And for me, sometimes it's all about that density and its associated concerns. We have single-family residential surrounding this property. So what would be appropriate? I would embrace you with open arms if you said R2. Large-size lots. What a beautiful concept. Like I said, I'm realistic. What's more appropriate? R6, R7. And you know what? I'd even be willing to accept some garden homes in the area. Something that would be appropriate too. the style and character of the area. That'll blend in with the other communities that are already there. But wait, hold on a second. No. You see, the residents of Scenic Hills overwhelmingly approved of this development. Well, I don't believe that they're in favor of this development. They are simply against that walking trail. Politicians get a bad reputation when they tell the residents what they want to hear, especially when they have no intention or maybe even ability to follow through on their promises. Well, I'm not trying to be discourteous or anything, just observational here. Sometimes developers fall into that same trap. You told them what they wanted to hear. So let's acknowledge that elephant in the room, that walking trail. Hey, I've been inundated with emails directing me to approve the development without the walking trail. The chain letter states, the reason I object is, and I'm quoting here, its inclusion will not allow permanent seclusion of the Scenic Hills subdivision and therefore prevent the permanent completion of the security to the Scenic Hills subdivision. Okay, so the verbiage is a bit awkward. But to me, the message is clear. The residents are concerned about the safety of their community, and rightly so. Unfortunately, this understandable concern has been replaced with fear. And fear, whether it's warranted or not, can be a powerful motivator. So let's dispel with the fear and explore the real situation here. The truth is, Scenic Hills has never been totally or permanently secure on that side. When the golf course existed, dozens and dozens of people played through, walked, or drove their carts on the paths every single day. There was no real buffer zone, and fences weren't even allowed in the area as a boundary. At night, many residents walked the path, and now that the golf course is closed, okay, it's called trespassing, but oh well. Many residents continue to walk that path, walk their dogs. And in all that time, I have never heard of criminals using the open access to create problems for the residents. There may have been cases, but I've never heard of one. However, like I said, safety is still a valid concern, which is why our development codes require buffer zones. When this property is developed, however it gets developed, we need to ensure the buffer zones are established for aesthetics, separation, and safety. As a sidebar, I committed trespass the other day. Oh, I'm sorry. I did a site survey of the area, and in my view, a sufficient buffer zone could not be created if the walking path was put directly underneath the power lines. So I agree with you there. Something closer to the existing path would be a much better option. As I look at the diagram, you notice there's actually a loop that goes on one side of Scenic Hills. Well, there's another walking path that goes along the links of Scenic Hills. And there's already a fence along that side. Overall, I'm pretty sure we can agree on what needs to be done. And I'm sure there's a variety of reasons on how to go about accomplishing the task. And I'm hoping we can continue the dialogue and come up with a workable solution. Keep in mind, please keep in mind though, that path is a symptom to a bigger problem. The bottom line for me is we need to disapprove this zoning request. As I said, I am not opposed to development, but make the development appropriate to the area. That's all I ask. And I apologize for taking up so much time.
Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to disagree with, I worked really hard trying to disagree with Councilman Scagliola, but every now and then, I think we are in alignment, and this is one of those cases. Development is never easy. Every time it comes up, somebody's happy, somebody's sad. It's probably one of the more challenging things that I've learned while I've been on council. You know, I know historically people would say, geez, we'd love to keep it open space, we'd love to keep it as a golf course, make it a park, and none of that is really probably practical or possible. And at some point, it's going to develop somehow. While we were doing some of the discussions, I took some time to look at the zoning map, and I think this is one of the issues with this particular property. You've got a strange layout that's nestled in between existing residential. It's got an LCRA power line bordering it, which impacts the development. And I think, if I had to make a guess, I would say that the folks that came before me on council sort of realized this when they did the zoning overlay for the city of Schertz. You know, the front third or so of the golf course is zoned general business. And typically that's because it borders 35. And it's hard to argue about not putting general business in the future along the 35 corridor. And I think they just flagged it as pre-development because they realized we'd have to figure out something. And to be honest with you, I don't know what that something is. Councilman Scagliola brought up, you know, R2, and I'm not convinced that that's feasible or realistic. I'm certainly not against townhomes, but I think in this particular case, I still have to be concerned with the density issue. You know, and again, I used to spend a lot of my time on the Parks Board, and I'm a supporter of the walking trails. And I think at some point, you're going to have a walking trail, and I really don't believe that a walking trail along the northern side is going to create crime and havoc and everything else. As Mr. James mentioned, we have a walking trail along the LCRA power line behind my subdivision. And since it went in and we had the ribbon cutting, there's been no significant crime or problem or loitering or littering or anything else. Yet a lot of the folks in my neighborhood were adamantly opposed to it. I do have concerns about this master plan, particularly on the northern side along Columbia. We have a UDC that lays out the design guides for lot dimensions and townhomes and stuff like that, and it's, as Councilman Scagliola said, it seems to me like we're trying to push a square peg into a round hole. There's no other better way to put it. The alignment of the properties without a buffer along the backside of Columbia, I think, is problematic. The traffic flow, because of the volume, I think will ultimately be problematic. But I think one of the things that really struck me tonight is the fact that this is coming again as a PDD. And no disrespect to the developer and their plan, but during the previous one, they offered to say, well, we can look at reducing the units. And then tonight they said, well, depending on the layout, depending on things, you know, we may not hit 198 units, but that would be the max. I'm just not convinced of that, you know, and I may be foolish to believe it, but in my experience on council, it seems like every time we have a PDD that is designed to allow some variability and stuff, the update to the PDD is always counterproductive or against what was originally proposed. I've seen it in South Schertz, and we've seen it tonight with one along Maskey Road. The proposal to come back was to let's change lot dimensions and standoff distances, not, oh, we'll realign those mobile home lots to go to fewer lots because the fence got pushed back from Maskey Road. It was, well, we're going to keep the same existing lots, we're just going to turn around and cut back. So I'm just not convinced that the proposed layout is appropriate for that particular location.
Councilmember Whitaker?
I always like to listen to what other people say first to kind of gather my thoughts. Plus, other people tend to say things better than I do, so I let them go first. I am struck by the difference in conversation today than the meeting that we had back in 2022. So the last meeting that we had when the plan was not approved, there were certain concerns, and the developer basically addressed those concerns. And so I felt like coming in here, I had seen a lot of emails, but the majority, as we had mentioned, were in support of the plan, but not in favor of the trail. So I was trying to pay attention closely to how that trail was, how things changed based on the trail. It sounds like the community here tonight is, probably some of you were here previously, but there's definitely fewer people here than were previously, but a lot of the speakers, I guess, came from Scenic Hills at the first meeting. And so the comments have taken on a different emphasis, I would say. So it does make it a little bit more challenging because I thought the majority of the resident concerns had been addressed. So I've had to listen to the conversation. I will find something to agree with Councilman Scagliola on that, yes, one of the issues that comes up on a regular basis with this project is that the loss of the green space and the loss of the opportunity to walk on the course. It is absolutely trespassing. It is not public property. So I will just speak for myself, and I will say that's not a concern that I take into account, that you lose the opportunity to walk on someone else's property. They walked on it when it was a golf course, and the residents that backed up to the golf course were fine with strangers being that far away. So I kind of take that out of the consideration as far as the walking trail, because if we do the plan and add the walking trail, all of the residents of North Cliff and of Schertz have more open space to enjoy. So that's just kind of on that particular point. I find it interesting that it's the same people concerned with safety also enjoy the freedom that that current space allows, but it's not really freedom, it's someone else's property. So that's how I feel about that. The appropriateness of townhomes next to single family. This is where I usually count on Tim Brown to speak up. He's got a lot more years of experience in the world of real estate, but townhomes are absolutely appropriate next to single family. That's a normal progression. That's where you would put a townhome. In a neighborhood on the south side, we have the Crossvine. The PDD was developed in such a way to progress from single family to garden to townhome to multifamily. So it's a normal progression with development. The uniqueness of the shape of this is that you do have single family on either side, but that doesn't negate the appropriateness of just having a townhome next to a single family. So that's also not something that would discourage me from approving it, because I do think that that's an appropriate and normal development feature. So I think one of the concerns I do have is the changes that happened from the last meeting to today's meeting, where obviously the developer did take some time to speak with the neighborhoods to get input. And again, from my perspective, the majority of the concerns initially were that this was, the density and the traffic, that's, an ongoing concern, but I don't negate that concern, but I do understand that that is a factor of development. Northcliffe has actually been there a lot longer than a lot of the neighborhoods in Schertz. But any development is discouraged by the current residents. Every person who lives in a house would not like to have another house built next to them if they could have any control over it. But if at some point we say no more development, if we had said that even 20 years ago, many people in here who have a house in Northcliffe wouldn't have a house to live in. So the conundrum, I suppose, is at what point do we say we stop? I guess it's possible we say at some point we stop developing, but what happens to a city when you stop developing and the surrounding area continues to develop is not always a positive thing. I'm not going to say if you're not growing, you're dying, but it is not necessarily a healthy thing to stagnate growth opportunity. Our role up here is to ensure that the growth, as it happens, does happen in a wise way. That, and I would say, I certainly rely heavily on staff to tell us, numbers-wise, for our emergency services, fire, police, do we have enough support for the development that's going in? That's not my professional career. I don't run those numbers myself, so I do count on staff to give us that information. And so when they have looked at it, when it's gone through all the wickets of the police, the fire, EMS, and they say, those departments say that we can support it, for me to say that it's just too many people, I can't support it, I feel like I'm coming out of left field, because if the professionals whose job it is to supply those services have said that they have enough services, then I have to go with, why would I make up something else that goes against that, unless I didn't trust our own staff. And if that were the case, we'd have a different problem. Am I going longer than Dr. Scaglio? Who's timing me? Sorry about that.
You take all the time you want to take here, so.
So I think I may have gone down a rabbit trail there. I am concerned with the initial development plan was very different. It was providing, I guess, fourplexes that would be rental units. And then we have switched that over to townhomes that would be possibly more owner-occupied. It looks like the sales price they talked about in the planning and zoning would be in the high twos. It's actually very low for new construction opportunity to own a property in the, I don't think you definitely cannot buy in the city of Schertz a property right now under $300,000 if it's new construction. So it is on the lower side of price. Doesn't mean it's affordable. I'm just saying it's on the lower side of price. So, but it is a change. I mean, I'm not really sure how that impacts, but that was what the request was at the time. So the concern was we don't want majority rentals in our neighborhood. If it's owner-occupied, we're more comfortable with that. So we've done that, or I haven't done it. The developer has gone along with that. So my biggest thing is the developer going along with, it does appear as though there was coordination between Scenic Hills and the developer to create a plan that was supported by that community, because it does seem to benefit them more. I would say if we approve the plan, I would think the trail should be, the opportunity for a trail should exist there. I don't think that it should be fenced off the way that the developer is asking for it in the current iteration. So I'm interested to hear what the other council members have to say.
Councilmember Dalla.
The mayor said he was going to make me speak up on this, but anyway. Just a couple random points. When I looked at the total count of the emails for and against, the official count on the agenda, and those that spoke for and against tonight, If I go strictly by a vote, it's 80 in favor and 71 against. Of course, you know, that's a substantial number from the Scenic Hills, and, you know, they voted, you know, yes, it was a form letter, but they took the time to send the email, so their vote does count. But that's not the only thing to take into consideration. You know, Councilwoman Whitaker made a comment there about the open space and the existence of the homes there in Northcliffe. Well, when I was on planning and zoning a few years ago and Homestead came in with their PDD, we had a bunch of people that lived on Cover's Cove came in, and they were talking about how when they bought their homes, the real estate agent told them that that property behind them was going to be green space forever. And, you know, the long story short is that, you know, if you want the green space, you have to buy the land, you have to own it, you have to control it. When the golf course closed a number of years ago, there was a big meeting there with then Mayor Carpenter, and a whole bunch of folks from the Northcliffe area showed up. The council at that time, they talked about it. I was in the back of the room there watching, and you know, Mayor Carpenter brought up the idea of forming a public improvement district and doing something together with the residents around the Northcliffe area to possibly try to buy the golf course and resurrect it and get it going. That was probably the only time I ever heard about that spoken of publicly. You know, and it's a shame because that was a really lost opportunity, and it would have been great that, you know, if everybody could have gotten together and made something happen. But it didn't, and, you know, here we are. So one of the questions that somebody asked that I wrote down that I thought was really a salient point, that they asked, what is responsible development? I think everybody's got a different answer for that. And I totally understand the perspective of everybody that's in here tonight and their views as to what they consider responsible. But as we sit up here as council members, it's not just the 5 neighborhoods around the old golf course, it's the entire city limits of the city of Schertz, which stretches all the way down to Interstate 10 and Graytown Road, and over 40,000, approaching 45,000 residents. And we have to make decisions that impact the entire city and our ability to provide services and to give the citizens what they want with open space and good roads and fire response and police response, that when they call, that those people are going to show up in a timely manner, that when they turn on their spigots for their hoses, that the water comes out and it's clean and it's safe to drink. And in order to do that, it takes money. It takes a lot of money. You know, you saw our financial report tonight. You know, it shows that, yeah, we're in good standing, but that doesn't mean we're doing everything that we need to do as a city. We have many things that we need to do that we quite honestly don't have the ability to pay for. When we look at things that we're doing, you know, we have, over the last 4 years, increased our budget for street and maintenance. You would think that we would have a strong budget just to maintain our streets. Well, when I first came on to council, we basically had a zero budget for street maintenance. We had a budget for fixing potholes, but we didn't have a preservation and maintenance program for our streets. Over the last 4 years, we've managed to scrape together and budget about $600,000 for it. Well, according to our staff, we need to be spending about $2 million to spend our streets. How do we make up the difference? We got to sell bonds to pay them off for 30 years to fix a street that we're going to drive on for 10 before we have to tear it up and start working on it again. It doesn't make sense. And so as a council, we have over the last few years, we've tried to find that balance where we've got increased revenues, where we start putting money into maintenance and fixing things as we can as on a cash basis as we go forward. So we're not paying interest to fix a pothole that doesn't exist anymore. But it takes time to make that change and to come up with that money. And the way we do that is we increase our tax base. And that is through investment in our community with the business community. You know, we've been fortunate to get some good commercial growth along the I-35 corridor. We're in a fortunate position to where Over 50% of our ad valorem tax revenue comes from commercial and not from the residents, so it helps us keep the tax rates lower and more affordable for everybody. But at the end of the day, it's still not enough to meet the needs of a growing city. You know, we still require hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investment in infrastructure. A lot of it's going to be paid for by development with the fees that they pay as they come in. But then we're charged with maintaining that after it comes in. And how do we do that? Well, single-family homes in any community in this country does not pay the freight on what it costs to provide service to a single-family home. We have to find a blend between single-family homes, commercial development, and what everybody curses as high-density development. Well, when it comes down to the dollars to provide cost of service, it is more affordable for the city to provide service to a denser development than it is to an entire community of single-family homes with hundreds and hundreds of homes. But what's the right ratio? What's the right balance? And that's the struggle, especially when we're looking at a project like this that's, you could consider an infill development, because we have a new project coming in between homes that have been there for 40 years. And what's appropriate, what's right? Well, you know, when you look at the way traditional development goes, you know, you have single-family homes, you move to a higher density product, your townhomes, your duplexes, you move to apartment complexes, and then you move to retail and commercial and industrial. And you do that to separate the single-family homes away from the worst of the impacts that's created by the retail and the high-use industrial type projects. Well, we don't have that necessarily in this case, but as we look at how development occurs, having a higher density project in between two areas of single-family homes is not inappropriate, in my opinion. And the type of product that they're bringing in, it's not affordable housing, you know, and that's one of the things that we've talked about as a council. It's certainly not going to be that. And, you know, whether they become rentals or not, you know, there's no way we can control that. But it's not geared and marketed toward those that would want to be landlords. I'm sure there's a number of rental houses inside the Northcliffe subdivision in Fairhaven and every other subdivision where a homeowner has moved out and chosen to rent out that property instead of selling it. There's nothing wrong with that. And so there are some challenges, I think, with the project. You know, tonight is for the zoning. You know, when they look at their drainage plan, when they look at the traffic impact study, all that stuff has to be done. It has to be approved before they can proceed. And if there's something that comes up in that as they go through that process that makes it financially unviable for them, they're going to have to stop and refigure and come up with something different, and we'll have to come back and modify a PDD, or they'll have to give it up and something totally different will come along. But I appreciate, you know, the willingness of the developer to meet with people, to talk with people, to amend their plans, and I'm going to give them a shot. I'm for this.
Councilmember Hayward.
I'm not going to speak a lot. A lot of things have been said. I'm going to speak to the trail, because when we did the Citizen City Survey, every year, everyone, that is the number one thing that they want when it comes to parks and recs is trails. We fear things that we don't always like, or when it comes to change. And I did an extensive research on trails, and I looked up every possible way to getting a result to say that there's lots of crime on trails. And every place I looked from the whole nation, there was nothing that talked about the uptick of crime on trails. Now, is there going to be crime at some point? Yes. It could be crime on your front street. It could be crime, you're walking from a parking lot, somebody could rob you. Crime is crime where it's going to be. But it's not just specific to a trail. Some police departments, and there was a sheriff's study where they talked to local sheriff's departments, where they actually just found that trails actually put more eyes on locations, because somebody is always walking a trail, they're seeing what's going on, and they're looking and they're making notice. I live in Belmont. We have a trail that was put in by LCRA. There are homes probably maybe 10 feet away from the trail, and people walk it. We have people from the neighboring neighborhoods that we sure are walking our trail. There's nothing that's happened to those people's houses or anyone tried to go into their houses from the trail. It just hasn't happened. And I know that the city has had a master trail plan since 2013, and people love it. People, I think COVID showed people that they could be outside and bond with their kids, bond with their families, walk with their spouses or whatever. You're meeting your neighbors out. You're having a good time on a trail. And it shows that people that walk trails, they have less stress. It's just a good thing. And the way they do trails now, they make sure that there are no shadows and dead spaces. They make them so they meander so that you can always have a clear line of sight. They have started, and I did research all the way back to 1960 when they started putting in trails in neighborhoods. So I've done an extensive research on the safety of it. And I'm not going to support something that doesn't have a trail, because that is what Schertz residents want in our surveys, and that's what we need. Now, there may be ways to do it, but I'm not going to go there. And the thing that I understand is, being on this side of the table, the toughest decision to make sometimes is when you have a room full of people that tell you no. And you know that you have to make the decision, not just for those people, but for the whole city. And you empathize with those people because you have to live with whatever decision you make going forward. And we do that, and it is always tough trying to figure out the right balance. So as we make decisions, we struggle with those decisions. They're not just something that we see it in and go, oh yeah, that's an easy decision. It's never an easy decision when it comes to things like this. But I know I will not support this without a trail.
I guess I'm next. You know, staff did have an approval on this ordinance. You know, our staff is very diligent. They look at all the things concerning this development, the trails, the density, security, infrastructure, traffic impact. All that is taken into consideration, not the fact that how much tax revenue this is going to bring in. That's never part of the decision that's made when the staff makes a recommendation or a denial on any application. The thing is that no one planned for this. The golf course was booming. It was great during that time. And all of a sudden, we don't have it anymore. And no one planned for this. Now we have a golf course, empty lots. And what do we do with it? That's the question. It's very difficult because the problem is there's obstacles. It's in between two subdivisions. There's challenges that are there too, the drainage, all that is going to be considered. And in this situation, there was a compromise with the HOAs. They first came out here and there was nobody came up in support of this development back in September. And like Councilmember Dalla said, we were flooded with a lot of emails this past week supporting this development. Without the trail, yes, without the trail. But that's another compromise that has to be made too. Not between the developer, because the developer has to, he's looking at this specific land. This is something, another compromise that has to be made between the LCRA, the city of Schertz, and the HOA to see whether or not they can compromise in that situation too. You know, you take a look at Seguin. When I got here back in 1991, Seguin had a population of over 20,000 residents, and Schertz had less than 8,000. Schertz has 45,000 residents, and Seguin only has 29,000. They didn't grow with the times. The same council that kept disapproving any development basically put them a step backwards. All the development came here. All the development that you see up here, the light manufacturing, came to Schertz because Seguin didn't have the workforce to support it. That's something that we have to consider. You know, it's like, you know, even if you're on the right track, you'll get run over if you just sit there. And that's what happened with Seguin. They just sat there, and we grew. We grew to what everybody epitomizes what Schertz is like. Not just in this area, but, you know, when I go to different meetings and conferences, they look at Schertz as a well-developed, very well-planned community, and that's partly because of our staff. Like I said, the developer did reach out to the HOAs. We have no control over who showed up or what notifications were done. The fact is that he did reach out, and we had that conversation when it was disapproved back in September. The compromise has been made with the Scenic Hills residents and the developer. And, you know, this council was placed in a tough situation to vote for it or against it. But you know what? If it's not voted here at this time, another council member may look at something different. We're trying to put something that fits within the community. And that's the challenge that he has, and that's the challenge that this council will make with their decision when this vote is taken. Is there any other comments?
Yeah, I got a couple of things. You said a compromise was made. The compromise was made because there was a promise made to not include the walking trail. I wonder what would happen, knowing that it is the general consensus of this council that the walking trail, in one way or another, will go through. I wonder, given that bit of information, if those individuals who approved of the development are still in approval of the development. As I insinuated, my guess is no, they were not in favor of having these townhouses, apartments, potatoes, put right next to their subdivision. What they wanted was them to simply do away with the walking trail. The walking trails, to the best of my understanding, are or will be a part of this property. You know what? I probably will get shot down for this. However, I'm going to make a motion that we disapprove the zoning request on this property.
Second.
Motion has been made. It's a negative motion, okay? I realize that. I just want to make sure council realizes that it's a negative motion. A motion has been made to disapprove ordinance 23S02. Now, for clarity, if the council votes yes, that means they disapprove this ordinance, okay? By voting no, we can still come out with another motion on that one. So let's go ahead and just call for the vote. Once again, a yes vote means no on this ordinance, okay?
Mayor, may I have clarification? Are we just, the no vote would be the whole thing, or is it with the trail or without the trail?
I don't think that the trails need to be discussed at this point. I think that is something that it is required. It wasn't.
That,
Yeah, the motion is just to deny the ordinance. So a yes vote means you're denying it. A no vote means,
Mayor,
Yeah.
I understand that 2 votes need to be taken, okay?
yes.
I want to get the consensus of the council right now to make sure we are on board that this zoning is not appropriate. That's why I made the motion to deny it. I fully recognize that a second motion will
Yeah.
need to be made because we have to make a motion to approve something.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
I'm
That-
not going down that road. I have no desire to say, hey, I make a motion to approve this, when the fact is, I don't.
No, I
That's-
understand
That's
that.
the way I worded it, the way I worded it.
No, and that's why I just wanted to clarify the way the motion has been made.
Understood.
So with that, the motion has been made to deny ordinance number 23S02.
Dan, if we vote yes, we're voting yes for this zoning
No.
without the trail?
No.
No, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would ask Councilman Scagliola to withdraw his motion. We're going to get to the same result either way you look at it without having to take 2 votes. So if, instead of making a motion to not approve it, if somebody else wants to make a motion to approve it,
Well, the motion has been made. Only Councilmember Scagliola can withdraw his
that's what
motion.
I just asked.
And like I said, I'd like to hear the results.
Okay.
Knowing full well that we're going to have to make another motion.
The motion's been made and it has been seconded, so let's go ahead and call for the vote.
I vote yes to deny.
No. Oh my God.
Yes to deny.
Yes to deny.
Nay.
Nay.
It's 3-3. Very seldom do I have the opportunity to vote. And on this one, I vote no. So,
Mayor, make a motion.
yes.
I make a motion to approve ordinance 23S02 with, I don't know how to word it, with the allowance for the trail. Did you say
As written by staff?
as written by staff? And I understand that that means that if LCRA does not approve it, the developer's not held to that. But we'd like to move forward with the assumption that that's going to be requested and allowed by the developer.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilmember Whitaker and second by Councilmember Dalla. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
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 Aye. Vote is 4-3, motion passes. All right, next we have a roll call confirmation. Our city secretary, Ms. Edmondson, will provide a roll call confirmation on consent agenda items 1 through 8 and discussion items 9, 10, 12, and the 2 motions that were made on item number 13. Ms. Edmondson?
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm just making notes of this last motion.
The first, on number 13, Councilmember Scagliola made the motion, and second by Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I
Okay?
got that vote. I was just looking at the second vote. Whitaker made the motion, Dawes seconded. Davis, no. Watson, no. Jill, yes. Michael, yes. Scagliola, no. Hayward, yes. 3 to 3. Mayor, yes. So passed. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Items number 1 through 8, the consent agenda. The motion was made by Councilmember Davis, seconded by Councilmember Scagliola. Councilmembers Davis, Watson, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Hayward all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 9, resolution number 23R20. A motion was made by Councilmember Scagliola, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Councilmembers Davis, Watson, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Hayward all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 10, resolution number 23R19. A motion was made by Councilmember Scagliola, seconded by Councilmember Dalla. Councilmembers Davis, Watson, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Hayward all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 12, ordinance number 23S01. It was a first reading. A motion was made by Councilmember Whitaker, seconded by Councilmember Scagliola. Councilmembers Davis, Watson, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Hayward all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 13, ordinance number 23S02 on the first reading. A negative motion was made by Councilmember Scagliola, seconded by Councilmembers Davis. Councilmembers Davis, Watson, and Scagliola voted yes to deny. Councilmembers Whitaker, Dalla, and Hayward voted no. 3-3 vote. The mayor voted with a no vote. So that did not pass. A second motion was made for ordinance number 23S02 on the first reading. Councilmember Whitaker made a motion to approve. Councilmember Dalla seconded that motion. Councilmembers Davis, Watson, and Scagliola all voted no. Councilmembers Whitaker, Dalla, and Hayward all voted yes. We had a 3-3 vote. The mayor voted yes. Motion passed on the first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edmondson. All right. Next is item number 14, the quarterly investment reports, and item number 15, the mayor and council's compensation. These are information packets that were provided to council and available for public viewing. So we'll move on to requests and announcements. Any further announcements from our city manager, Mr. Williams?
No further announcements, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council, any possible updates or information requested from staff? Council, any possible items you'd like to place on the future agenda? Announcements by council members or events attended. Mayor Pro Temp is not here, so Councilmember Davis?
Nothing, sir.
Councilmember Watson?
One this past weekend, attended the Special Olympics polar plunge.
Okay. Councilmember Whitaker?
Last week, I attended the chamber luncheon with State of the City's videos. Thank you very much. That's it.
Councilmember Dalla?
Just last week, attended the CVLGC meeting.
Councilmember Scagliola?
Yeah, well, I was at the Carroll County Trail Ride. They came to Pickerel Park, and they presented us with a thank you, City of Schertz, for your continued support, Carroll County Trail Riders, San Antonio Livestock Expedition. So, Mayor, something for you to hang on your I Love Me wall.
Thank you. Councilmember Hayward?
I attended 2 ribbon cuttings, the chamber luncheon, Schertz Development Subcommittee. The TML board meeting was in Austin, and while there, I was appointed to the Budget and Audit Committee. And then I will not be here next week because I'll be going to the AGRIP Risk Pooling Conference in Orlando, Florida.
All right. The time is now 9:51. We stand adjourned.